Prof, thank you very much for playing a signal role. We had several meetings which eventually culminated in this particular conference being organized today. I also want to particularly appreciate the role played by Dr. Odubanjo, who is present, who was ever with us during the discussions. I know, in fact, with the Secretariat organized this meeting. I thank you all for coming, and I look forward to a great meeting. Thank you very much. It's now my honor and privilege to invite the President of the Academy of Science, Professor Abubakar Sambo, to deliver an opening remarks.
Professor Brett, Professor Mosto of the Nigerian Academy of Science, the keynote of the Nigerian Academy of Science, the keynote speaker and the lead speakers at this invited guests. It is my singular honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to this unique occasion that is the 7th time the Nigerian Academy of Science has been entrenching itself as the foremost scientific body in our country. Indeed, it is my great honor to welcome all of you once again to this year's conference that is themed from research to market. The making of knowledge-based economies is indeed very much topical and is something that is much needed to be discussed. This is because it reflects the growing national and global recognition that scientific endeavors are only meaningful if they result in solutions, they result in products, and they result in services that improve the lives of human beings. To achieve growth and development, research must move beyond laboratories and academic institutions and find expressions in everyday living. The conference has been designed to contribute to this goal. Nigeria, I'm sure all of you will agree with me, has a major problem of inadequate mainstreaming of research results into meaningful economic growth and development plans. This is because, on the one hand, the nation has rich human capital, has vast natural resources, and has a youthful population presenting unparalleled opportunities for growth. But on the other hand, we face significant challenges in translating our research outputs into impactful solutions that drive economic development and improve lives. This apparent huge gap between academia and industry that has been hindering our progress has to be effectively closed. Distinguished fellows, ladies and gentlemen, this conference brings together brilliant minds from various disciplines to explore pathways for leveraging science, technology, and innovation to build a knowledge-based economy. Over the next 2 days, we will discuss strategies for enhancing research relevance, for fostering industry-academia collaboration, and for creating an ecosystem that supports innovation and entrepreneurship. As scientists, policy merged with industrial needs, where innovations find pathways to the market, and where knowledge generates wealth and employment. Our goal is to position Nigeria as a hub for scientific excellence and technological advancement in Africa. Nigeria's scientific community has made notable contributions in the fields of artificial intelligence, in agriculture, in healthcare delivery, and energy, especially renewable energy, and so on and so forth. We must ask, how do we ensure our research is relevant? How do we bridge the gap between discovery and commercialization? This conference will explore these questions and much more through keynote and lead presentations, as well as sessions from several sessions. We shall succeed. We shall hear success stories, identify challenges, and chart a course for leveraging science to drive economic diversification and job creation. As we deliberate, let us focus on actionable outcomes. Let us identify policy recommendations, potential collaborations, and strategies for resource mobilization. Let us ensure that our collective efforts translate into tangible impacts, new products, new companies, and new jobs. To the young ones that I've seen quite a number in this hall, I want to say that your contributions are crucial. The future of Nigeria's knowledge economy depends on your innovative ideas and dedication. As I declare this conference open, I wish all of us fruitful discussions, and I very much look forward to a very pragmatic communique. I thank you all for your attention.
I think we need to give a second round of applause to our president. Thank you, sir. Now it's time for goodwill messages. I think we have about 4 or 5, and I hope, and it's over 10 minutes, so we need to be relatively short, 2 minutes per person. So I would like to very respectfully call on Bello Bawa Buhari, who is representing the Honorary Minister of the Environment. Is he here? Okay, maybe we'll wait until he comes. The second is Mohammed Mawa, Chairman of CEO of the National Drug Law Development Agency. Is he here? Okay, we go to the next person. The next is the Immediate past president, Professor Ekanwe Braid, also the president of the Network of African Science Academies, NASA. Prof, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Permit me to adopt the protocol already set by the president of the Nigerian Academy. I will not stand on the protocol because it will break. So I adopt it. On behalf of the national academies that make up the network of African Science Academies, NASAC, I congratulate the hierarchy of the Nigerian Academy of Science for consistency in hosting this annual event. I congratulate the committee that planned for this event, as well as the Secretariat for pulling this very robust participation. In fact, you've made my day because the keynote address presenter is someone I've been longing to meet. Having listened to her on television, in so many media outlets speak, I have been wishing to meet her, and today I'm going to meet her. Thank you. Africa is endowed with abundant human and natural resources, but the continent remains largely underdeveloped because it is plagued with many problems that negatively affect socio-economic development. The same can be said of Nigeria, where a cluster of problems work together to impact negatively on development. But these problems can be solved easily if research informs policy and practice. The theme for this conference, From Research to Market, the Making of Knowledge-Based Economies, is apt and will surely generate discussions on research translation. The next is poised to strengthen networking among national academies in Africa to promote sustainable development. Currently, we have 32 national academies within NASAC, and we hope to get more countries to become members of NASAC. The Network of African Science Academies, NASAC, was established in 2001 as a consortium of merit-based national science academies from various countries in Africa. The network enhances the capacity of existing national science academies and promotes the creation of new academies while providing science-based advice to governments. The network is indeed the voice of science in Africa. We count on the Nigerian Academy of Science to continue being an active member of NASAC as we address our current strategic priorities contained in our new 10-year strategic plan. And those priorities are the following: strengthening science capacity in Africa, promoting science-driven policies, fostering regional collaboration and harmonization, public engagement in science, and diversifying and securing long-term funding. It is of note that the Nigerian Academy of Science has been invited to host the annual meeting of the African Science Academies, AMASA, in 2027. We look forward to AMASA 2027, when all national academies in Africa will gather in today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for that very excellent goodwill message. It's now my privilege and honor to invite Professor Yewale Tomori, the chairman of the West African Network of National Academies, to deliver a keynote address.
Thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues and friends. All protocols, I'm told, have been observed. My Aburo said she won't stand on it. I will sit on the protocol, so that nobody will talk about protocol again. The winners, first of all, I want to congratulate the Academy for, I remember this is the 7th one. The first one was a kind of kitchen cabinet, which we started under my dear friend, Mosto, in the cafeteria of UNILAG. To move from that cafeteria to this place, I think it's something we should congratulate ourselves for. You know, and I knew what happened at that time. Our keynote speaker, just like Bruce said, I'm really excited to. I've seen you too on TV and everywhere, you know. I'm really so glad to come in there so that I can also sit down in there. The one was started 2 years ago, but it's still starting. I think the greatest problem science has is when it is mixed with politics. ONEAS is a West African setup under the ECOWAS. And so we are dealing with the ECOWAS problem, you know, We don't even know. I mean, you know, there are 3 or 4 of the ECOWAS, another part of ECOWAS. And therefore, even the NAS, the WANAS, is also suffering the same situation. But we're going to get over that one. But the other thing that makes me happy about WANAS is the fact that when you take WA out of WANAS, what do you have? NAS now. So we are the one in charge of WANAS. And you have really been helping us already. So this goodwill message is to thank you for the things that NAS has done to make sure that WANAS gets to what it is. What is WANAS? Our aim is just like the NASAC, to come in and concentrate on the problems that we have in our own region, focus on those specific issues, the diseases that are specific to us, the economic problems specific to us, so that we can all do that. But the greatest experience actually comes from NAS, and that's why we are actually depending on you. So this goodwill message is actually to say thank you very much, NAS, for what you have done for WANAS. I promise you that by the time the meeting we hold in 2027, we probably will have WANAS in a better position than us. So all we can say is that keep praying for us. If you are the one giving me goodwill message, so that I will be better than what we were before. Thank you very much for NAS, for making WANAS the NAS that it was.
Thank you very much for that goodwill message, Professor Domori. I would now like to invite Dr. Benga Fadikbe, who is representing the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Environment, to present a very short goodwill message. Dr. Fadikbe, please.
Sorry, Dr. Fadikbe. Dr. Fadikbe, please. A round of applause. I think you didn't clap the first time. That's why I didn't get up.
Let me first of all remove my cap because I have my mentors in this house. The retired professor from UNILAG. I reference his book very well in my citations. Professor Mosto, the former the president of Academy of Science. We worked together up to African Union for some time. Then my former minister, Professor Kauji, I doff my cap, sir. Then on the high table, I have Professor Braid. Then my former DG in Energy Commission, Professor Sambu, the Vice Chancellor of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. I salute all of you. Good morning, House of Scientists. The Honorable Minister would have loved to be here this morning, but he had an engagement with the President in Turkey. So when we got the invitation, we had to prepare the speech sent to him. He couldn't get back to us until very late last night. So it was this morning my permanent secretary told me that I should leave whatever we are doing, because this morning we are doing what is called technology rally. That is why we have this Nigerian technology rally camp and laboratory. So if you go to in front of Eagle Square now, you meet plenty scientists from our research institute. As we are doing it in Abuja, all the whole 36 states of federation, they are doing the same rally. So that is why I had to add this jacket and this my cap. I think I'm permitted to put up my cap now. Let me now read my boss paper. It is with a profound honor and privilege to stand before this distinguished gathering of Nigerian Academy of Science as a special guest of honor at your 7th annual scientific conference. I extend my sincere appreciation to the President, the fellows, leadership of the NAS for this gracious invitation. The Academy remains Nigerian premier independent scientific body, steadfast in its mission to advance scientific knowledge and apply it from research to market, the making of knowledge-based economy. It is both timely, transformative. It directly addresses the critical imperative of translating scientific research into viable commercial products services, and industry that drive sustainable economic growth, job creations, national prosperity. In a world increasingly defined by innovation, Nigeria must move beyond mere knowledge generation to robust commercialization, fostering a true knowledge-based economy anchored on homegrown science, technology, and innovation. This summarizes my vision and my mission as the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Technology. At the ministry level, we remain committed to strengthening Nigeria's innovation ecosystem by promoting and demand-driven research, supporting technology incubation, transfer, and encouraging public-private partnership, and fostering homegrown solutions that addresses national priorities in agriculture, energy, health, infrastructure, and development. We firmly believe that sustainable development is best achieved when scientific research is effectively linked to clear commercialization pathway that translate knowledge into a market-ready innovation with measurable economic and social values. I'm particularly pleased that this conference brings together researchers from universities, research institutions, postgraduate student policymakers, private sectors. Such cross-sectoral engagement is essential for transformation research output into market-driven innovation and for nurturing a new generation of scientists, innovators who are attuned to real-world challenges. Once again, I commended the leadership of Nigerian Academy of Science, the conference organizing committee, and all contributors to this dedication to advance scientific excellence and national development. I encourage participants to use this platform to forge partnership, share ideas, develop actionable pathways that will translate research outcome into economic value. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you for this honor, and I wish the conference every success and look forward to the impactful outcome that will advance our shared goal. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you. Well, it's now my honor to invite the representative of the chairman and CEO of the National Drug Law Development Agency, the man we know very well, Mohammed Marwa. He's being represented here today by Dr. Umana Lawan, MNI, for a very short goodwill message. Thank you very much.
One is at lost when you appeared in a program slightly behind schedule. The chair of this occasion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. My name is Alhaji Hamis Lawal, the Director, Administration and Establishment, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. And I am here to stand in for my boss, a friend of the academia, a friend of the academy, a partner who would have loved to be here, but for another engagement that has more to do with the products of this academy. He is currently in Akure, pursuing alternative development program of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. That's exploring other response mechanism to the cannabis issue in Nigeria. And with your kind permission, I want to read his message as it's been doctored. Here we go. It is a profound honor to stand before this assembly of Nigeria's finest intellectual minds at the 7th Nigerian Academy of Science Scientific Conference. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the leadership of the Academy for the invitation to share a few words as we deliberate on a theme that is both timely and transformative. From research to market, the making of knowledge-based economies. At the first glance, some might wonder about the nexus between drug law enforcement and scientific transition towards a market-driven, knowledge-based economy. However, the reality is that human capital is the most valuable asset in any knowledge economy. This asset is under constant threat from the scourge of substance abuse and illicit trafficking. For research to reach the market and for innovation to thrive, we require a workforce that is healthy, focused, and mentally resilient. At the NDLEA, we view science not just as a tool for forensics, but as the backbone of our war against drug abuse. The theme for this conference resonates deeply with our current trajectory at the agency. We are moving away from the traditional method towards evidence-based enforcement. We are upgrading our laboratories to turn chemical research into actionable intelligence. We are utilizing research to map drug use prevalence, ensuring that our interventions are surgical and effective. This also informs why the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency is collaborating with the Academy on scientific research into the cannabis oil strictly for export purposes. As you discuss moving research from the laboratory to the marketplace, I urge the Nigerian Academy of Science to consider a deep dive social research translated into marketable prevention program that can be implemented in schools and workplaces. A knowledge-based economy cannot be built on the ruins of drug-addicted generation. Therefore, the NDLEA stands as a partner in progress, ensuring that the environment in which our research operates remains secure.
Goodwill message. Dr. Hamdi, please.
Some have stood on the protocol, some sat, so I don't know what to do. With due respect to all the eminent team of this conference moves us a lot in the continent. If you look at it, it encompasses the creme de la creme of all the scientists you can talk of. I did my undergraduate BSc in physics in the University of Maiduguri. I was taught by the fellow Academy of the Science in the person of Professor Elijah Dika Michelia. When I was doing my undergraduate, I always say, if you are not taught by professor, you are not taught. But after graduation, I realized that if you are not taught by the fellow Academy of the Science, you are not taught by a professor. Now, in all this, science and technology is the bedrock of development of any nation. Anywhere you go, if they have developed and prospered, it is through science and technology. If you look at the Nigeria human resources in terms of the science, every 5 black that you meet in the West, 3 are Nigerians. Every Nigerians you meet in either Europe or America or Asia, in the universities, they are on top of their class. But we are still struggling with the development in terms of the science and technology in our nation. Then we need to find the reason why. And still we have the Nigerian Academy of Science. Today it came up with the theme of the conference on the from research to the market. And I can tell you of my over a decade experience in the continental space, we have developed so many policies in the science and technology. From the Maputo to Lagos Plan of Actions, to the Consolidated Plan of Action, to the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy 2024, to the Science, Technology and Innovation Strategy 2034. We have a lot of policies, lot of beautiful documents. Africa have never lacked policies. Africa have never lacked talent. But what it lacks is implementation, according to the policies. Now, this should be the focus of the Nigeria Academy of Science. I will also talk a little take-up. Scientific bodies are supposed to be very strong and the strongest, not by name, but by action. What is the Nigeria Science agenda? The Nigeria Academy of Science should develop that and drive its implementation. The Nigeria Academy of Science has the best of the best, and then in terms of the implementation, should be strong enough to come out and tell any government or anybody that this is the way forward. In many economies in the continent, some of them have scientific advisors to the president, but some don't have. You need a way of engaging the topmost government authority, which is the president, by the Nigeria Academy of Science, and tell him that this is the way forward. We are lacking on this, and we need to move forward. Nigeria Academy of Science should also deeply involve in the development of the national curriculum, because they know the trajectory and where we are going, where we are. We're having a big challenge of triple helix. I was an evaluation member to the African Union research grant, where we saw and we funded research. In Nigeria, we have TED Fund, also funding research. In terms of publications, we have the big five: Nigeria, South Africa, Egypt, Kenya. This produce a volume of publications. But when you go in terms of the patent, our patent is low. In 2007, African Head of States and Government made a decision of giving the 1% of their GDP to research. But up to now, many have not been made. That's why implementation has become a backbone, has become a challenge, and we must have to see, if we don't get the implementation right, we will not grow. Knowledge-based economy, if you look at Singapore, what do they have? No any natural resources, but they're among the super tech. They have the human capital, nothing much more stronger than human capital. That God has blessed Nigeria with it. So there is no reason and no justification for us to be behind. We must be at the top with the best of our best. So China have moved up from a developing nation to a developed nation. What did they use? It's not the natural resources, it's the human resources. And that resources...
It's always hard when you have to wait for your persistency and that you didn't give up on me. Because I proudly say everywhere that one of the things, the ability to think through things in an analytical manner and to always question, challenge, and critically assess matters in a way that you can achieve your goals. So my mindset is that of a scientist, but I have lived in the midst of the marketplace. And that has afforded me the opportunity to take science from the lab. I went to Ife, and I'm very, very proudly, yes, an Ife alum. And that was the place, I think, that nurtured and established the foundation of everything. The White House in Ife then was scary, but it served me well because, you know, they try you and test you, but at the end, it prepares you for the life that you have to live outside of it. At the end, I particularly think that the topic is relevant to my journey in many ways, because we're talking about from research to market, and we're talking about making of the knowledge-based economy. Now, I've always thought that one of the disasters of, especially, I served on the governing council of LASU for about 8 years. And I at many points, my challenge to the council was always, you cannot have a university that sits in Lagos and does not know how to be economically viable when it sits in the center of the economy of the country. The reality is, our science is extremely detached from the market. The science departments of most Nigerian universities, if not all, the faculties that deal with various topics and matters that are absolutely relevant to real life economy, are totally delinked from the market. In reality, the research and development that is done by most industries that are science-based should be tied to certain specific departments of universities. There should be no separation. However, if we do not intentionally build structures that facilitate our ability to link up the market and the university, we can never benefit from the research. All we do is year in, year out, students working with their professors are working on various things that end up nowhere. Stacks of research papers and submissions of projects that carry solutions to many real-life problems. I remember my science project, when for my chemistry degree, I had a very forward-looking professor, Professor Afolabi. He became the head of service for Nigeria at a point, yes. He was my professor at school, and he was the one who supervised my project. But he was young, he was very forward-looking, he was very dynamic in his thinking, and he already gave me my project topic. We developed it together and all of that. And I said to him, look, I'm going to spend my holiday in America. Can't I do some work ahead over the summer towards my project? And I know he does a lot of work with universities in America, so he said, actually, you can. And at the end, he set up for me to work at the science department at Howard, got them to work with me on the topic and everything that I was working on. I took all my seeds and everything required from Nigeria, took it there, worked throughout the summer there, got results that they later got grants on and developed further. And I remember that when I got into trouble was when that team from that university came to visit Ife, and they were making presentations about their research work and their results. And they made the mistake of saying, oh, a lot of work that led to this was done by a young woman in this department. And therefore, my professor and I got into trouble. Because then, when I was going to defend my project, all the other professors were waiting for me. But anyway, all that doesn't count anymore. What is key, the point I'm trying to make is, we have the minds, we have the interest, we have enough problems to turn into an economic asset. Because science is about preferring solutions to real problems. And if the market and the labs are not linked, research is futile. A lot of it is done as just an act, in a sense. Because if you're not solving a real problem that somebody needs for an economic value chain, then we will have solutions that goes nowhere. Now, the last time I went to my department in Ife, I almost cried. Why? There was nothing there. It was sad to look at. The store where we would normally go and get chemicals for all the work was just dust-filled and totally empty. Why? In a country where there are thriving manufacturing sectors that require solutions, instead of companies investing in research divisions in their factories, there is in departments that are relevant, need solutions to, and therefore they're feeding them with real life situations from their work in the real sector, and the research departments of the university are working collectively, applying the science within a community where there's multidimensional knowledge. Because if you're working on something that is in chemistry and there's a bit of physics required, if you're in Ife, you're just going to walk across to the other side and go to the physics department and find the right partner. If it's somebody in food technology, you're going to find the right partner within there, and you can do a tripartite or a multidisciplinary team to work to find solutions to problems that industry is looking for solution for, and you will not lack funding because there's real value attached to it. When you're talking about technology, banks are looking for digital solutions. Yet, we have departments of computer knowledge and all sorts of apps, and they would pay into that department in the university will be peanuts compared to what they would have to spend if they have to look for organizations to consult. So how do we think about this? How do we reconfigure the structure in a way that we're able to commercialize the work that science institutions or science departments or science faculties or research institutions can do in a way that they directly impact the economy of the nation? I would say one of the key things is we need to have a science and research marketplace. What is a science and research marketplace? This is the National Academy of Science. Once a year, we have the conference, but outside of the conference, we have another event. A huge event closer to market, I dare say. Abuja might be good for the conference, but when you want to do a marketplace event, you want to be closer to the market. And therefore, where is the market? Find a location closer to the market. Organize an exhibition of research going on in different institutions and the economic viability of them, the problems they're trying to solve and the solutions they're preferring, where they are and where they need to go, and create a marketplace where the market comes to search for partners for what they are trying to solve. And in connecting those two, connecting market and connecting science together in one place, we create for ourselves a better chance. I know that gentleman here said, oh, there are private sector people in the house and all of that. It's not at the scale that produces the result that you want. We might have a few private sector people in this room, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about an intentional marketplace exhibition of science and research solutions that exist in Nigeria as of today, where the professors and their students make a presentation of what they're working on and their research by identifying a problem to a point where they can say, these are the solutions we're working on, this is how far we have gone, this is how much more we would need to be able to get to where we're going. The kind of partners we're looking for are people from this sector, this industry, and all that. And when that link is made, both parties benefit from it. Look, I went to a business school in Europe where 46% of the lecturers in my business school work in the real sector. It's not a science, it's a business school. But 46% of the lecturers work in the real sector. Why do they work in the real sector? Because what they want them to teach the business school students has to directly tie to market. It has to tie to what is current today, that is learnings and experiences that they can run with when they get back into the market. And a lot of research that they do in terms of directions or solutions our priorities as a country misplaced and in an isolated corner. And we have not tied it to real market. If we have not shown the next generation years that they can profit from and invest in, can come from attending a science conversation, they will not come because they cannot tie it to the market. But when we begin to show the link between the research that is happening in the lab and market lady that won this year, she's from Tanzania. She's only 29. She's a biochemist. I'm going to use her as an example to tell you when we link the two. She's a biochemist, and she decided that she wanted to solve the problem of feeding fish. Now, this is trying to create a solution for the agricultural sector, but using science. If you listen or watch, it's on YouTube. You can go and search for African Business Place and check the presentation of this young woman. Our entire business model is based on how she applied her knowledge of biochemistry into the process of building not the traditional solution of how to feed fishery, provide food for fishery, but finding how to use science to convert food waste that ordinarily would be thrown away into feed for the fishery industry. She's already built a small business that is thriving in it. And at the end, in the midst of multiple offerings, the first time that a Nigerian was not in the top 10, were so many that were always there. She was able to win $300,000 to solve the right strategy. We cannot even attract the right kind of financing to build the solution. And links across the country to the marketplace. There should be science-based institutions or economic sectors of the country. Okay, so Dangote has built a massive refinery. What research industry? Find your area of interest. Is it food technology? How does your science speak to food in an economically viable way? Is it the medical sector of the economy? How does what you do solve the real problems that exist there? Identify the problems, create a shopping list, and then find the industries that have interest in that. What does Nestle need to solve? What is Cadbury trying to solve? What are the problems that the local environment has inflicted upon what are traditional industries? How do you solve them locally for this particular country, and therefore trade it back to countries that are like ours? My challenge to us today is this. We have the science, we have the market. How do we build a bridge to connect the two? It has to be intentional. It cannot be accidental. How do we raise a whole new generation of scientists who are not just lab-focused, but who are market-focused, which means they're focused on using science to create successful companies within the economy, like this 29-year-old girl I just told you about. Can we do this? Yes. If there's one thing that I have firm faith in, is whenever Nigerians decide it's time to do something and they commit to it, we always get it done. Do we have the minds? Yes, both old and young. Can we find all the tools? There's a lot of tools to support what we want to do around the world, but there's a lot at home as well. We have not even maxed out the facilities available. Institutions spend a lot of money sponsoring a lot of rubbish events throughout the year. That's the truth. But guess what? If you don't come to them with a real demand that benefits them, that creates value for them, they're going to keep doing that because they have no idea of what you're doing. And that's why creating a marketplace where both physically and digitally, because it means after you've had a physical session, Create a platform where companies can say, I'm trying to find this solution. Where do I go to? They go to this website. The different departments of the different science faculties of the universities have their research that is ongoing. They have reports of all the kind of work that they're doing and the kind of things that they hope to achieve with it. Organizations can go there and research for a partner that is linked to their own need. And therefore, collaborate by providing the resources and they providing the science and the work. And together, they can create solutions that benefit the economy of our country. To do what we say we want to do, creating a knowledge-based economy from research to market, is not impossible at all. And it doesn't need 100 years. If we decide that at the next conference, I don't know, is it biannual or annual? If we decide today that the next year's conference will have a marketplace component, and sir, may I be humble enough to say that if you put a lot of young people behind it with the wisdom of some older people, because this is what we want to do, challenge them from across different institutions, tie them together, and find scientists that work in industry, part of that team, and work to create what is our marketplace platform for linking science and the productive sector. And I think across multiple sectors, you will be quite shocked at what solutions will come. We just need 1, 2, 3 to start. If you get 1, 2, 3 solutions and the stories to tell, we will get the 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And if we create the digital platform as well, the multiplication and the multiplier effect will come into place. And you know, with the digital platform, some of those research focus will be picked up by non-Nigerian institutions. Why? Because there are many times there are people developing products outside of this country who are looking for how to link it with markets in Africa, and they have no one who has clear understanding of what they do. Strategy will eat up all the things. Your culture will destroy your strategy, but without your strategy, you cannot develop anything sustainably for the long term. So developing the right strategy is key to being able to do what we want to do. Execution can happen when you already have the right strategy. If you have the wrong strategy, you can execute all you like. You will not get the result that you need. So it's really about us first developing the right strategy to be able to connect the two, the market and our research. When we do that, we will achieve the result undoubtedly. As a science-trained person who sees this disconnect I've served on the board of Cadbury for the last 12 years. Every day I see the disconnect across multiple industries where I work. And this, for me, has always been a concern. It's one of the reasons why I accepted to do this, because it's something that I consider will be a game changer, both for science and for our country, and will also make it more interesting for you. We need the ones who have the minds to add solutions to science in a way that we can economically apply it. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, I think she deserves a stand ovation. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those very great thoughts. Thank you, ma'am, for your view of an environment, National Biosafety Management Agency. Thank you very much for coming. I do hope you enjoy staying with us for a long time. It was very good. And these are the things that we've been talking about in National Academy of Science for a very long time, that we should learn to have the habit. Our faculties of science in all the universities should do better in terms of preparing our students to do research that lead to the market. I have a few audience, but the reason is because some of the issues you have raised are not.
The representative of the Honorable Minister of Environment, you have a few minutes to give the goodwill message of the minister. The minister told me he's been invited by Saudi Arabian government. That's why he's not here and he's sending you. So
well, when I was told to speak immediately after one of my mentors, Dr. Awish, the sustainability of your product in the market. Now, at the theme of this event, we've been able to bring the National Agricultural Seed Council, the National Biotechnology Research and Development Agency, and also the National Biosafety Management Agency together to develop a program that will see the movement of almost all the research being done around our institutions to the market to create value, particularly around food security and sovereignty for the nation. We all know the challenges we are facing with insecurity. We all know the challenges we are facing with climate change. Some actions will need to be taken immediately. And as part of the urgency, we had written to Mr. President to assist in providing funds, despite the challenges that we have when it comes to paucity of funds, for us to have standard laboratories that will guarantee the safety of most of these products that are being researched on. And I'm glad to inform you that the President has graciously approved the sum of 2 billion naira in the 2026 budget for us to get that lab done as quickly as possible. Now, on the other hand, we have been able to bring a national working group together to ensure that we reduce the gap in agriculture and food security by promoting some of these researches that have already been completed. And one of them is from the Institute of Agri-Research in Zaria that has just concluded the research on cowpea to reduce the post-harvest loss. And that in itself is going to kick off immediately after the first quarter of this year, God willing. So to this program, I would say it is our hope that this program will create the pathway for us to look at the possibilities of overcoming most of these hurdles that we face in moving these researches from the labs down to the market. But I assure you that we are ready and we have that whatever you
The chairs, please. We'll do the flash presentations very quickly in 10, 15 minutes, and then we can go out for photograph and tea break. So sorry, sir. Please, the eye table, please stay seated. Please stay seated. We will take the photograph after this minute each. So please, let's, do we have Espo Alademei? So those are the people who will be presenting. You have 1 minute or less. You do it in less than 1 minute. You are 1 minute. So if you come, Esther Yashin, please. Please give her a round of applause. And she'll tell you her name. Well, I've told you her name. She'll tell you her poster number so you can follow up there at the poster section. Please, another round of applause for her.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nas. I'm very grateful for this opportunity. My poster number is number 71, and the work is on the comparable level of, here is the fact that food security is being a challenge, so our ability to replace common food materials, that's this Irish to potato, to augment the feeding conversion rates of fish will be very important. Generally in the study, the 50% inclusion level of Solano Tomarosun gave us a best output. The profit margin was reasonable, and the feed conversion rate was effective. Thank you very much.
I would think she was excellent. Please give her an excellent round of applause. So next to that, we have Amarachi Uwandu. Please give her a round of applause as she comes.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Uwandu Amarachi Chisom. Okay. And we're going to be presenting on the work on nutrient-enriched bread with wheat and African yam bean composite flour fortified with coconut oil. The aim of this work was well known that Nigeria became a hidden victim of the war in Ukraine last time, 2 February. At this point, Ukraine was our major source of wheat importation into the country. And during the war, Nigeria brought to the point of us having a hike in the price of flour and subsequently in the price of bread. And I know we can all recall how the price of bread suddenly went up. Nigeria suddenly became a victim of a war it knew nothing about. In this work, we were able to incorporate micronutrients which were not, which are usually not in a large amount.
A lot of Nigerians, they lack access to professional health workers, so we want to use this medium to let the world know that even from your phone, you can look for a doctor, a nurse, can book a visual consultancy with the health professional, which is easy.
All right, so let's have Tumbiojo.
Of course, because it is an intermediate state. We conducted a review. We linked continuous glucose monitoring devices to prediabetes, and we found out that, in fact, these devices could be used for the diagnosis of prediabetes, which reasons due to their ability to detect subtle glycemic changes, which often occur that are not captured by conventional laboratory testing techniques. Well, as with technology, these devices have their limitations, such as cost, standardization, and quality control in general. But we believe that with future researches, scientists will be able to reduce these limitations and make continuous glucose monitoring devices powerful and even standalone devices for the diagnosis of prediabetes. If you want more on this, I'll be at poster number 37. Thank you very much.
If you are still wondering what this is a flash poster presentation that you have 1 minute to market your poster that is out there. Usually at the conference, the posters are just left there, and the people who present posters don't get to speak. But now you can market. If you can speak right to the audience, you make them come looking for you over there. And like we said, research to market, that's part of the training. You are meeting the minister, the CEO by chance. You have just about a minute to market what you have in clear language and within very limited time. So next we have Patricia Ogundare. Please, a round of applause for her. And as you can tell, I think my presence can be terrifying. So you need to help them, encourage them, clap very well so that they are confident and relaxed.
Good morning, the chairman, president of NAS, distinguished professors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patricia Oyoronke Ogundare from the Department of Biochemistry, Federal University of Technology, Akure. The research I'm about to present is on assessing the anti-malaria potential of Andrographis paniculata, which was used to fortify non-alcoholic beer. Malaria is a sub-Saharan challenge in Nigeria, and due to drug resistance and associated blood complications, in order to address this, we formulated sorghum up non-alcoholic beer, and then we fortified with it Andrographis paniculata at 25, 50, and 75 replacements of hops. According to the results, we discovered a dose-dependent suppression of the parasitemia, and also all the treated groups maintained higher red blood cell, platelets, and hemoglobin levels. Finally, there was no observation of liver toxicity. And finally, while higher percentage increased bitterness, physicochemical properties remain within acceptable limits. For more details about the research, you can just check at poster number 96. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Marketplace experience. Please do not make your presentation with the biological name of your component. It's absolutely useless to the market. They don't understand it. So you need to, what is his market name? It's like when I was doing my research for my degree, Ewedu seed is amaranthus. Who knows that as amaranthus? It's useless. So if I say the seed of Ewedu, did everybody here not understand? That's exactly how you talk to the market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. She stole the comment out of my mouth because I was going to say I enjoyed hearing about an anti-malarial. I enjoyed hearing about non-alcoholic wine. And then I started wondering, what is Anthrapomatos? So that's a good tip feedback. Thank you, ma'am. So we have Shalom Dogo. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting, my paper is on small phones, big impacts, redesigning telemedicine for rural Plateau states. And despite being a regional leader in Africa and West Africa, we're still having problems with connecting rural populations to healthcare. In my experience as a doctor in a teaching hospital, you will see cases where ordinarily should be treated by primary healthcare services being presented to teaching hospital. Now our model presents a solution with Phone First. We have a 90% phone penetration in Nigeria. That can be used to bridge the gap between patients and doctor care in our situation in Nigeria. We use the WHO health building blocks to model our conceptual paper to help bridge this gap. We also have an offline app, an offline first app that helps community health extension workers manage patients first before referring them to tertiary hospitals. Successes in India and Kenya, like the Doctari program in Kenya, demonstrate that simple phone-based consultations can actually work and help bridge the healthcare gap. We don't have to redesign, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, but we can redefine the way we look at the wheel. Thank you. My poster number is 115.
Great, thank you. So now we move on to Ayomi Posi Ajayi. We'll take her to that side, pass the time. She needs to cut. Ask Mr. Sam. So please go for tea break. It's just 10 minutes. I'm sorry. It's just 10 minutes tea break. And you cannot eat in this room. So please quickly get the things. We're not allowed to eat in this auditorium. So get the tea, eat very quickly, rush back in for the next session. So the next session starts by 11:15. 11:15 promptly. Thank you. So go to the back of the building or go upstairs for tea break.
Check. Until check T. Check. T. T. Check. Until check T. T. Check. T. Until check T. T. Check. check. Yeah, yeah. Check.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, media, please, we're about to start the next session. Good morning, yes. Please, the music should go down, please, please. Thank you. Yes, good morning. I'm sure we are still reeling from the euphoria of the talk by Dr. Ibukun Awosika. Well, we have to start the next session because of time. For today, Professor Latif Sani, FAS. Please come to the podium. Please, let's put our hands together for him. And we'll have 4 oral Iradat Oladejo, she outside. Please come to the high table. And then we'll have Onoha Okocha. Onoha Okocha, please come. And the third oral presentation is by Hindu Aminu Hussein. Hindu Aminu Hussein of the Nigerian Institute of Food, Science and Technology. Please, let's put our hands and it's a vision. Thank you. Let's put our vision. Thank you. Let's put our hands together for him. Can you please pull it up? Please, can you pull up the presentation? Presentation. Thank you.
The North in the past. So what I'm saying is not new. We know how to do it, but along the line, the virus just crept into Nigeria and we started missing the road. Since they think they know better than every one of us. And that's why we're having the problem. Awolowo did it. I just checked one equipment that was installed in Firo in 1969, done for. By our Olubadan, Baba told me to go and check. And I went to Pataki in Ilaji. The same equipment in Firo, 1969, was installed in 1971 for the Ido cassava group for production of Gari Elere at that time. It is still there, intact, and nobody is using it. That is the virus penetrating into the Nigerian systems. So we have some of our, look at some of our traditional products that we have improved from pastures to mechanize. You remember Ofi? Baba Tomori still remember Ofi today. When we were chatting, Ofi started the Pundoyan machine, Pundoyan, in those days. Next slide. No, go. Look at bitter leaf. A capsule is already in America now from bitter leaf. Ewuro. This one being marketed back to us. Being marketed back to us from America. We spent quite a lot from 2000 promoting high-quality cassava flour and bread. I traveled 26 states in this country, and by luck, and bread. I traveled 26 states in this country, and by luck, Sunny came in 2.5 years ago, April specifically, and that's how you started. But all our fathers remember Nigerian Stockholder Research Institute. By the British, I saw some of their equipment in Togo, Côte d'Ivoire, less than 100,000 naira. If you put soybean, cowpea, ewa, you put them there 6 months. We have 20 ton, 50 ton silo. The same silo they want to go and bring from China. Somebody was introducing somebody to me. He said, well, we want to meet the minister. They want to bring some. I said, before you bring anything from China, come to my institute. Otherwise, I will naked everybody in this country. We have the technology. People are not patronizing us. Why will you bring it from China when we have it? And it's working. Currently now, thank God, the president has given me opportunity of taking 30 of this now with private sectors, purely private sectors. And 84 of the parabolic dryer, you'll soon see it. Pig's bag, this one was a research from Africa to America. Now they call it Purdue bag, Purdue University bag. You see our problem? Because of the copy. I assure you 8 months, nothing will happen to it. Now, based on our research with the Baco company now, they now have another zero fly bags that can also be as an alternative to Purdue. That is the drum I'm telling you, quite a lot of them are there. Nispri patented Nispri dust is another output of our research where it's just powder and you put it in maize or soybean or cowpea and you bag it, it's secured. Food also, and we have quite a lot of viability costing that I've given you there. The silo and the viability costing is also there if you want to go into it as a business. And this is what I'm saying. We have 774 local government in this country. Even if we start with this, with youth, as a small business for them, people go there and it's like a rentage, like hostel approach. So, I don't know the problem we have. Solar dryer is there. This one we are already popularizing 84, and through Sasakawa we've popularized 20 in Kano and some other states. Is my time up? Okay, so that you won't say this professor talk too much. Now, our tomato in Bodija, in all these things. Nispri started this plastic packages. Thank you very much, sir. And so The point is that we are very lucky in this country as a nation. Now, this equipment that I'm showing is also deliberately we put one now in Army cantonment here. We will soon come and commission it so that everybody, even the Army, will see that it is working. This parabolic dryer. I think the more it's better we all move to our politicians, and let them see wonders that we have in this country. It is only Nigeria's top product research I'm showing you. I've not shown other research institutes. I've not shown FIRO, so that you know what we have in this country. We are also certified. We have GC Mass Spec. We have all the equipment. The only problem is, how do we transfer all this technology to everybody to be able to use? All this technology to everybody to be able to use.
Let's put our hands together for him again. And thank you very much for keeping to time. And it's really great to see what NISPRI is doing. Please just take down your questions. We're going to take Radat Oladejo of the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, who is going to talk about valorizing soybean byproducts in Okarajaki for sustainable food security in Nigeria. You have 10 minutes. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Put our hands together for her, please.
Good morning, distinguished fellows and members of the Nigeria Academy of Science. The lead speaker has set the pace for this session, and I'm going to pick up from that. My name is Radat Oladejo, and today I will be presenting a research to market innovation developed during a hackathon. This work focuses on valorizing soybean byproduct, okara, into a shelf-stable plant-based jerky that can reduce food waste while also enhancing food security in Nigeria. To properly appreciate this innovation, it is important to first understand the broader food system challenge that motivated this work. And that brings me to the introduction. Globally, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations projected that by 2050, the world's population will reach 9.1 billion, requiring additional 1 billion tons of cereals and 200 million tons of meat to meet food demand. Despite our high level of food production, like Nigeria, we still face two major challenges. On one hand, food insecurity. On the other hand, significant food waste. It is impossible to talk about improving food security without addressing food system challenge. And that a critical yet often overlooked component of food system transformation. And that raises a key question. Why do we want to follow? That question leads to the next slide. To the aim and objectives of this work. The aim and objective of this work was to explore the potential of transforming okra into a shelf-stable snack that reduces food waste while also enhancing food security. While the specific objective was to adopt a published method for okra jerky development and also to evaluate okra nutritional potential and to assess expected shelf texture, shelf life, and sensory attributes, and to also identify market opportunities for Nigeria. Before I discuss how this was achieved, it is important to first understand what is okra, because I'm very sure some of us will be wondering, what is okra? Okra is a soybean pulp, or it is called Dusan Awara in northern Nigeria. It is a fibrous residue that is left after the production of tofu or soy milk. In northern Nigeria, tofu of soybean processed, 1.1 to 1.8 kilogram of okra is produced. And it is highly perishable, which is, as a result, it's often discarded or used as feed. And this widespread disposal has an environmental implication. And this leads me to the next slide. Globally, it is reported that 70% of okra is wasted. And this widespread waste contributes to agro-industrial waste, methane emission during decomposition, and also loss of valuable nutrition. Valorizing okra actually contributes to circular economy principles and also converting waste streams to value-added edible products that can reduce environmental burdens. It also reduces reliance on animal protein like beef, which has a high environmental footprint. To properly, with this, the next step was to identify a product format that can address this challenge. And let's to the next slide. The global plant-based market is projected to increase by 25.7% from now to 2030, and is driven by health, sustainability, and affordability concerns. Also, the plant-based product market is increasing acceptance globally and within Nigeria. So the reason why okra jerky format was adopted was because, firstly, okra is cost zero abundance and underutilized raw material that is suitable for SMEs. Secondly, the jerky format reduces moisture, which increases the shelf stability of okra. And thirdly, the nutritional potential of okra supports protein diversification within the Nigeria food system. With this rationale established, I will now discuss how this product is being developed. This leads to the next slide. This product was developed during the Institute of Food Technologies Food Waste Hackathon, followed by a guided research adopted from Kim et al. And this is the product formula of 500 grams of okra jerky. And each of the ingredients used in this formula has a functional role to ensure that we're able to get the okra jerky. And this is the processing the process flow to obtain the okra jerky, starting from drying the okra to reduce the moisture content, followed by a series of processes to extrusion at 120 degrees Celsius, leading to projected product performance is evaluated benchmark based on peer-reviewed literature and not a laboratory analysis carried out by our teammates. Based on studies established on okra and plant-based jerky, it is reported that for texture, addition of aqua fiber and textured vegetable protein, which is TVP, would reduce the hardness of the okra. Also, it enhances the chewy and meaty feel as well. And for nutrition, it is reported that the protein content is within 25 to 28%, and also fiber content is greater than 50%, and the fat has a low fat content, which is 9%. For shelf stability, animal protein, which we know the kilichi, which is at 0.75. Also, it is reported to have 1 to 2 years unopened, and our sensory, it has a nutty flavor, and it will be enhanced with the seasonings and flavors added. Also, it also has an appealing color, which the jerky has through extrusion and Maillard reaction. However, this technical performance is not sufficient alone. Also, market opportunities is really important, and that's why we move to the target market and potential market demand. Using the STP strategy, which my team and I use, which stands for segmenting, targeting, and positioning. Our segments, which are the primary consumers, are the millennials, the Gen Zs, the protein and health sustainability conscious consumers, and price-sensitive consumers. And the product is going to be targeted towards online stores, malls, retail sales, and it will be positioned as a ready-to-eat, affordable vegan jerky. Now, let's move to the market size. The total available market for plant-based globally, and we're able to get 800 form into economical and nutritional opportunities by reducing agro-industrial waste, reducing production barriers for SMEs, and also strengthening local production and value addition. It also enhances improve access to nutritional snacks, affordable nutritional snacks. Now, I will now summarize the key takeaways in this work. Used to reduce waste, while also showing a market solution that can be a market-ready solution. With further validations to the which is the Institute of...
Actually vitamin C, the vitamin C that you can buy across the counter. Vitamin C, the vitamin C that you can buy across the counter in this chicken to overcome his, to try it on. We also made some recommendations.
All where food processors should enhance the nutritional
implementation research, as well as operation research. And this is supported by a lot of partners, one of which is Nutrition International, present at this conference. So, despite all of this process, Nigeria is now trialing through pilots. Now, going through the continuum of 2 minutes. I would switch to speed mode. Please forgive me. Nigeria is also financially committed. And if you look at our financial commitment for maternal nutrition, you see it's pretty consistent. And from 2024, we started to budget for MMS procurement. But the costing analysis showed that Nigeria needs at least 19 billion over 5 years to fully transition. What we are currently allocating to MMS transition rollout updates, we see that a little bit more. Right now, when I put out these challenges, I'm not putting it out as a detraction to the government, but as a call to action. So, as a detraction to the government, but as a call to action. So, right now, we are leveraging antenatal care platforms and pilot facilities to see how this operational process would inform a scale-up. We're also looking at co-financing where state governments can be involved in improvement. But there still is financing challenges. There still is a problem with limited supply. There's still problem with data gaps. So for a commodity that has social implications for our women, especially for solving food insecurity for a vulnerable group of women who are giving birth to the next generation, there is a fundamental question. Should government take the social step of supporting manufacturing fully, especially given now that we are in a tight fiscal space, trying to recover from the 2016 recession that we went into? And to answer this question, I'm calling all scientists in the room. The DRPC, supported by Sight and Life, is currently holding a side session with key stakeholders from this industry who are specifically looking at program implementation on multiple micronutrient supplements to solve for these challenges. And we invite you to join us at the boardroom in the next 5 minutes for those who are interested in nutrition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that invitation. Unfortunately, the session will still be on. And Professor Farumbi, 2, 3, 4, 5. You ask your questions, and Professor Aneto at the back, that's 6. Very quickly, you just give your questions, direct it to specific speakers, or if it is general, then we'll take all the speakers will respond and we'll come to the end of the session. Please, because of the time, I want to crave the indulgence of those that are going to ask questions to please spend half a minute. Go directly to your
question. How are you getting in touch? And not a normal bread. Wheat contains a gluten, not a normal bread. Wheat contains a gluten and glycemic index.
Thank you very much, Babs. Your name.
Professor Neto, please come quickly because of our time.
Thank you very much. I'm Temitope Onumia, President, Nigerian Young Academy. To the presenter on Okara Jerky, I just want to find out, this is a plant-based protein. Do you think is comparable nutritionally to mushrooms, which are also plant-based protein? For the person who presented on the chicken, you did tell us that the more you increase the vitamin C and the folate level, the better outcomes you got. I'm wondering if you determined the maximum tolerance dose, because I believe that to get to a point where more of that would actually be injurious to the animal. Did you determine that? And
Thank
then
you. Very
quickly,
to
please. The person who presented on Baobab. Baobab, from a conservationist point of view, is a threatened plant because it's overused already. Now you are presenting to us that we should use the seed again. Would that not put more pressure on the plant?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Am I the next
Yes, sir.
person?
Very
Okay,
quickly,
thank
sir.
you very much. I'll go straight. They say toxicologists think alike. Professor Farumbi has said what I actually had in mind. Currently, one of the greatest problems Nigeria is facing is food poisoning, with, as he mentioned, preservation of beans with cement, pesticides, and what have you. But I'm happy to see that Professor Sani's institute is working in this direction. I think that they should extend their services to extension workers, local government, and maybe the Ministry of Agri to ensure that this actually gets to the people and the health of the people is protected. Thank you.
I think that's the last. No. I think I called 5 people. 6.
My name is Paul Kende Olotu from Federal University of Technology, Akure. So my question is, you spoke about the use of folates and what's it called, vitamin C for egg production and body size development. And like she said, I think her question is also related to mine. Now, what are the question is also related to mine. Now, what are the levels or what is the degree to which that can be?
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the question very much. Thank you. And the questions I'll want to ask the 3 speakers is number 1, are these innovations, are your strategies for commercialization? Are your strategies for commercialization? So we'll start taking the responses, and please, you can sit down, just put on the mic. Okay. And please, just briefly, 1 minute.
Well, I want to thank all the elders for the discussion and the interaction. Number 1, we registered our product, we patent the products, but as I'm talking to you, we cannot make money from all this patenting we are talking in this country. I hope you know. Now, what is the commercialization pathway? What we've been doing now is to encourage private fabricators to work with us. We've established 4 post-harvest hubs now. We've established 4 post-harvest hubs now in the Nigerian university system. If Professor Bogoro had been the ES of TEDFON, he would have called me and say, how do we mass produce this as post-harvest hub? All of them, and new innovations will come up from there. So it has to go to the universities if we want to generate more knowledge on them. Awareness at the grassroots level. We are doing it. We are working with extension agents, but Nigerian people, sorry, this place is very, and it's serious. I must not talk here.
Thank you very much. On to your question.
Thank you, sir, for that. For the question you asked about why not take and producing or supporting SMEs, I think it is now left for me to actually meet the DG.
Protein content of
Maize of GI today, gastrointestinal tract of chicken, is very short. That most times when you give them these things, these feed materials, they are not able to extensively extract the amino acids in this thing. But the little they're able to extract, the folic acid will help them to utilize them.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Please, we can engage with all the speakers during the course of the conference. We are
And we have to chair or moderate that Professor Olatunde Farumbi, Obiageli Amadiobi, the Director General of NOTAP, National Organization for Technology Acquisition and Promotion. And they do quite the work on patenting. So we appreciate her for coming. A round of applause for the DG of NOTAP. Professor Farumbi, sir. Over to you, sir. Please welcome Professor Farumbi as the chairman.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please, let's be seated. The meeting is still on, and let's commence the second session. The sub-theme is Sustainable Energy System. And I will quickly introduce. I'll quickly introduce the presenters. First, please help me welcome the lead presenter. That is Mr. Mustafa Abdullahi, the Director General and CEO, Energy Commission of Nigeria. Mr. Mustafa Abdullahi. Okay. Okay. The first oral presenter, Mr. Olatunji Iyola. Please, let's give him a hand. The second presenter, Mr. Oluwaseun Adedokun from Lautech. Mr. Oluwaseun Adedokun. The third presenter, Mr. Ibukun Fajuke. Please, let's give him a hand. Not here. And I wonder maybe the two presenters will have more time to be able to present this session. In all of the things we try to do concerning this conference, that is taking research becomes practically impossible to be able to translate whatever we have in the laboratory to the marketplace. And industrialists will not be able to collaborate effectively with researchers, just like alluded to by Mrs. Awoshika as the keynote speaker in the morning. And I know here we have quite a number of energy experts. The president of Academy is one of them, and quite some other people are here. And I think they will also be able to add to the discussion and be able to participate very well as we go on. So in the absence of the lead presenter, let me just invite the first oral presenter to give his presentation on decentralizing bio-CNG to power agricultural machinery, cut emissions and fuel costs for sustainable agriculture. Please welcome Mr. Olatunji Iyola from University of Ibadan.
Good afternoon, the chairman of the session and everyone here present. On behalf of my team, I want to present this paper titled Decentralizing Bio-CNG for Sustainable Farming to Power Agricultural Machinery, Cutting Emissions and Fuel Costs. My name is Dr. Olatunji Iyola from University of Ibadan. Let me start by giving this brief background. Every nation depends on agriculture, nutritionally, socially, economically, and industrially for its sustainable development. In the same vein, agriculture too depends on economically sustainable power source or energy source to play its role in contributing to national development. But the challenge is the farmers' reliance on traditional centralized energy sources such as PMS, diesel, electric power supply, to power essential farming activities such as irrigation, pump, cold storage, and other mechanized machineries. And the centralized power energy sources is not without its concomitant adverse effect. on farmers in the rural areas especially. And this includes cost burden on the farmers as fossil fuel, emission and open burning and of agricultural waste also always elevates greenhouse gas emissions, and that brings about harm to the environment, also affects climate change, and also constitutes public health hazard. Another one is time inefficiency, as farmers have to go a long distance sometimes to refuel, and also sometimes they suffer from fuel shortages, and this disrupts farming cycles and also waste critical time of the farmers. Other effect is systemic neglect suffered by the farmers when as a centralized energy system always fail to address rural needs, and this elongates energy security and inefficiency. What do we plan to do to address this problem? Our objective is to provide solutions to nations' agricultural energy challenges by decentralizing its energy system and thereby make on-site clean energy generation possible for sustainable agriculture. Also, we want to contribute to reduction in the emission of greenhouse gas, and also to cut fuel costs. How do we intend to achieve this? Simply, it's by converting farm waste, which are always in abundance, to break down the organic matter. So from there, that will be under oxygen-free condition, so that it's able to produce biogas, which is methane, and digest it. Digest it can be that we use to in our farm. So after that, then we now continue processing outside siloxane and other things that we need to separate from this. So that the next process is purification, and therefore under this stage, what we do is to remove particles, dust, and the moisture, then carbon dioxide, then hydrogen sulfide, and siloxane from there. From then on, the next thing is to do is to compress to high pressure so that you can have the bio-CNG. When we do that, so it sends to the gas storage tank or bag, as it may be. So the next thing, now, that will produce the bio-CNG, that is compressed natural gas, to power 40% of their spending on fuel. Also, another economic benefit is that the excess bio-CNG, because we have excess of it, and although digested, can be sold to local users. Then we also have social benefits, such as creation of a job to people in the community, to people in the rural areas, and it also has health benefits. But when we are able to eliminate open burning of organic matters, we will be able to reduce respiratory. Another benefit is environmental benefit, which is ability to do or to reduce carbon dioxide and save our environment from climate change and from public health hazard. Another benefit is that waste recycling is made possible. At least 1,000 plus tons of agricultural waste will be recycled, and that will be a lot in saving the environment. In conclusion, and its effect on rural farmers in Nigeria, so decentralized bio-CNG presents a viable, sustainable solution to fuel agricultural operations, reducing emissions, cutting fuel costs, and enhancing energy independence in rural communities. So with proper support, whether from the government or from even the acceptance to the farmers also, by the farmers also, decentralized bio-CNG can transform agriculture into cleaner, more resilient sector. And we In order to, because a big problem is acceptance or adoption by the farmers who have been, though they are suffering from a centralized energy system, but yet when they consider the cost, which was initial costs are always so big for them, but when we have a public-private partnership that are able to explore the support, the public-private partnership should be explored to support investment and technology transfer. That will help us to the adoption of that idea. So training program also should be organized for farmers and the technicians, because that's another ethical issue that is in it. Because if it is mismanaged, it can even constitute another problem to the environment, especially managing the organic matters. Financial instruments like low interest loans and the subsidies, the engine conversions, because that may also lead to another problem while we are trying to solve a problem. Those are the references of what we use. Then I want to acknowledge the University of Ibadan for giving me the opportunity to be here this afternoon. Also the Nigeria Academy of Science for giving us the opportunity to present this paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give him a hand again. Well, thank you very much for keeping to time. He has reminded us that success was and a real, that is a practical introduction. While coming to the podium, and then when we talk about sustainability in energy systems, two terms comes to mind. Number one is climate change, and the second is sustainability. Climate change, sustainability. If we look at the traditional configuration of an electrical power system, generating stations, the interesting part is the generating stations. The sense of renewable energy. We have biogas, we also have solar PV, we have wind, we have various renewable energy. And then we have private sectors coming up with renewable energy systems and then introducing it into the existing grid. And that creates more complexity for the grid. But then they are using old methods to address this complexity. Because when you want to understand the initial states of an electric power system, it is important to know two things. The states of the voltage at each of the load stations. At the same time, we want to know these angles at each of the load station as well. But how can we perform this? It is through a concept known as load flow analysis. This load flow analysis is used by power system operators, utility companies, to determine the original state of an electric power system. So, when I said using old methods, Newton-Raphson performed this. This leads me into the problem statement. What exactly is the problem here? When we are performing this load flow analysis, the electric power system has to be operated in real time. We want a fast response. But these old methods, they suffer from slow response, AI method. So we want to perform the load flow analysis of the two test systems under varying load conditions. That is, we vary the load supplied by all the load stations to generate a lot of data that we can impute into this AI and then get an output. Then we want to develop a PIN and GNN models for load flow analysis based on the data that has been generated in one. And then we implement these models in MATLAB and then evaluate the performance. When the system is without fault, that is the energy source. So we compare the performance of the two models using root mean square error,
Left-hand side is the high AAA 30 bus system. It has 6 generating stations and 20 systems. The second system on the right-hand side is the 52 bus test system of the Nigerian system. It has 18 generating stations. Yes, 18. I mean 18. And about 34 load stations. 3, 4 shows when we model the faults, incorporation of DG, and then 3 and 4 are the developed PINN and GNN models. So this is the power system of the conventional scenario, which is comparison of and these are the results and discussion for the metrics. For the 30 bus system, as we can see, GNN performed much better. It's LVSI of 0.563. It's not the case when there was faults. We have seen that graphs and larger renewable rich power grids. Acknowledgements. We want to acknowledge the Nigerian Academy of Science for this opportunity to showcase our study. And then we want to thank the Tuashwane University of Technology for sending us down here. The list of references, thank you for your time.
He has told us and discussed the use of AI and some novel models. To our DG is not here, and we have to move on. And let's just have like a 15 minutes discussion on the 2 presentations. And after that, we can go for lunch. Questions, comments? Okay. Should we start? Okay, let's start from Professor Babs, Professor Akande, the President, Professor Okpong, in that order. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bob Soyenei. Dr. Ayola, please, can you see me during lunchtime? I think we might have some job for you. Okay. My good friend, thank you so much for the nice presentation on AI. Just on a point of information, all of the weaknesses of neural network, if you use deep learning, the deep learning is actually much better than the 2 combinations you have. And you may want to take advantage of that. And you take that.
60 TCF gas, we know. And one will wonder about the cost effectiveness of deriving gas again locally, and comparing that with getting the CNG from our volume or our reserves in the dedicated to called a gas decade in the country. And almost you must have thought about this too, that do we really get involved again in local derivation and cost implications, considering the affordability and sustainability instead of other options where we know we have tremendous reserve of gas in this country. Thank you.
Have you drawn a patent out of it? Then the second presentation, you started by talking of collapse of the grid. Yes, today I read the second to decentralize and liberalize action. And this is essentially action.
Great. Then number 2 question is, you said you used neutrorapsine to generate, but the weight as generated was not explained in that algorithms you brought. How did you use the read data from Nigeria? Then how did the neutrorapsine come up there? Thank you.
Next.
Thank you very much. My question is to the first presenter. I'm particularly interested in your feedstock. And I noticed that you didn't specify the type of agricultural waste you used. And given the fact that different waste materials have various biogas yield and methane content, how might the choice of your feedstock
for BioCN to be used? Since from your AI constructed structures there, you've been talking about environments whereby there is absence of oxygen. So now, the problem here is you want to small scale. It's a question. Hydrocarbons are in the, it's a process. Carbons are in the, it's a process. Biogenesis is very important. So biogenesis is very important. So you should be mindful of all this, since they are very important for their conversions. How your CO2 can be converted to these hydrocarbons. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the questions. Dr. Yola first.
Thank you very much. Introduction of question 1. Then second question, actually, we have already we have budget for this, but we have not been able to have enough money to do it because we did this together with the students of the University of Ibadan. So, but we have seen where this thing is used and used effectively, like India, like Germany, and other countries like that. And also, we too are going to consider the project. I mean, those who want to explore the use of decentralized bio-CNG, they may concentrate in using and through ethical, right? They look at it. If in your study you want to use energy crops, you won't be allowed to do that. So you should concentrate or focus. Another point that could arise, another ethical issue that could arise is that of fair distribution, because when this thing happens now, you now go back to square one. But the main advantage of this one is that the farmers can come together in team is to break a small scale or last to have a plant somewhere in Abuja or somewhere. But we are recommending that the farmers are using the animal waste, farm waste or organic matter that they have applied as a byproduct of their activities. Thank you.
Okay. This is working. Okay. Yeah, so question 1 is not a question. And moving on to question 2, President asked if it has been implemented or is it just MATLAB based into real life applications. Yes, sir. The problem of grid collapse. This load flow analysis, I didn't expatiate on it. Its basic purpose is to prevent, to maintain. When you have a system, proper maintenance would avoid grid collapse. So when you maintain the electric power system, know where there is over voltage or under voltage, know when in doing so, you can prevent grid collapse. So one method by which we can do this is for us to know, and you can quickly recommend a preventive maintenance method. Maybe switch off a particular line, switch off a particular load station, and that prevent collapse. You understand? Then you ask that's how did I generate the data using Interruption? I didn't show it because of the time. The paper has been published. It's online. A large data set, basically. And how do we get this data? We have to get it through a particular method. That was why we used Interruption. And
It's lunch time. It's time for lunch. We have a sufficient. Thank you very much.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the time is 2:30. We are back to stream by 5 o'clock. So we have to manage time so as to finish by 5 o'clock. This is sub-theme 3, biomedical innovations. For paper presenter for this session is no other person. Paper presenter for this session is no other person than Professor Iruka. Professor Okeke is a professor of pharmaceutical medicine. She's also a Calestos Juma Science Leadership Fellow. Iruka's research group investigates the mechanism bacteria's use to colonize humans, control and prevention, and advises the African CDC on genomics in AMR surveillance. Iruka Femi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, Nigeria. I also received my MSc and PhD from Ile-Ife. So it's no coincidence that I'm chairing this session. She had a postdoctoral training at the University of Maryland, USA, and Uppsala University, Sweden, and has previously taught at the University of Bradford, UK, and Haverford University, USA. Iruka is lead author of the opening paper in the Sustainable Access to Antibiotics Lancet series on antimicrobial resistance, which was launched at the site of the World Health Assembly in May 2020. We are supposed to have 3 other oral presenters. Please help me welcome Tohib Yakin.
And thank you for staying for the afternoon. Before I go into the biomedical, I just wanted to give an illustration of. Example is actually taken from astronomy and the Hubble telescope, where you see in blue, but then you see in yellow, archival publications that don't involve them at all are actually much more common than the original scientists. And this is what innovation can do. It can actually leverage our science to a next level. So if you've been following events around science, as most of us in the academy have been, you'll see that the US is no longer the innovation lead. They've been taken over by China. And interestingly, when you look at the measures of innovation, so in the bar charts, we have highly cited papers. Okay, and what is in orange is China, what is in blue is US. You see, China has not yet caught up. But where China has overtaken is patents citing highly cited papers. So essentially, the science that's being done in China, even though it is less than the science that's being done in the US, is actually highly innovative. Okay, and innovation is important, okay? It actually gives you GDP. You know, last week I was listening to the news and some people were complaining about ASU's demands, one of them being that we need that 1% invested in GDP. And that where would the money come from? Obviously, the money has to come from somewhere. But it's not a payout, it's an investment that will then yield additional GDP. As an example, many of us may be aware of weight loss drugs that are being sold. The innovator product is from Denmark. Now the GDP that the company, Novo Nordisk, that makes that drug is higher than the GDP of Denmark. So it's possible for science to actually drive innovation and drive economies. Apologies for the font. I have a Mac to PC thing, but hopefully you can still see it. So what do we need for innovation? Well, obviously we need creativity and ideas. We need information and networks. We need resources and infrastructure. We need to maintain pipelines of talent. And we need the space and time to explore. And as you know, Africa is lagging. Many of these areas are areas that we need to build. So I'm going to focus on biomedicine. And right now, no offense to my physicists, mathematician colleagues, but we're in a golden age of biomedicine. It so happens that a lot of the patent citing now are citing biological papers. But bear in mind that they cannot do this alone. You'll see that without the other sciences, a lot of what we're doing now is very interdisciplinary. Without the other sciences, you will not get those innovations in biotechnology, pharmaceuticals, and so on. And when I talk about a golden age of biomedicine, there's certain technologies that have impact on multiple issues, multiple diseases. We actually had about some of them this morning. Okay? So we came from actually less than 2 decades ago, a situation where biomedical science had limited impact on health, on agric, and all these other things, to a situation where biomedical science is actually driving innovation. Okay, and I'm going to talk today about the science of genomics. 2 case studies that show how genomics is actually fueling innovation. And I'm not going to be talking about worldwide, even though that's happening. I'm talking about in our continent and in our country. Okay, so the first example I want to focus on is pathogen genomics. This is sequencing the DNA of organisms that cause disease. And this has had multiple transformational effects on our lives in the last decade. Okay, it allows us to do surveillance better. It allows us to generate important tools, including vaccines and pharmaceuticals. So when I talk about surveillance pandemic, you know, fighting people that were telling us that this was a white elephant technology that was not relevant to our setting. But when the pandemic to define the institutions that were working in that area, but there was not every country on our continent had people that were sequencing SARS-CoV-2, analyzing the results and sharing them. And this is how we know, just for example, all the ingredients to surveillance. Most of us had one variant without sequencing. We didn't know how the vaccines were going to perform. So that whole genome sequencing was important for providing that. And you have the continent where, at the beginning, I don't know whether anybody remembers those French scientists talking about the fact that we'd all be dead, right? But you had essentially the African continent leading in terms of understanding how understanding which variants were spreading in which country, from which country. And we even have the example of the Omicron variant, which was discovered in South Africa. Now, law has it that they had it first, but that wasn't true. Omicron was in Europe for months before it appeared in South Africa. They were sequencing more genomes in Europe, but they were looking at them more carefully in South Africa, and that was why they were able to announce that new variant. Okay, so most people say, well, sequencing SARS-CoV-2, what does that have to do with things now? People are still doing it. But now what the African continent is thinking about is all that capacity that we build of working groups on malaria, on public health, emergencies, on foodborne disease, and so on. I work with the antimicrobial resistance working group because that's my area of expertise. And antimicrobial resistance, if you didn't know, is one of the greatest challenges of our time. And one of the things that the working group of the Africa CDC came forward and said is that there's so many use cases with antimicrobial resistance, but our priority use cases in Africa need to be neonatal sepsis, salmonella, and One Health surveillance, humans, animals, and the environment. I'm not going to go into details, but I want to talk a little bit about neonatal sepsis. So the good news is that survival of very young children is improving. This is really nice. Unfortunately, the area where we're seeing the least improvement is neonates, children under 1 month old. The death rates in that age group are falling far too slowly for us to be able to meet the Millennium Development Goals. And one of the reasons for that is that children that are less than 1 year of age are very vulnerable to infection. They also have a smaller repertoire of antibiotics that can be safely used for them. So we need, one, better diagnostics, better treatments, but also we need to protect these children. And the theory shows that we can actually protect them with vaccines that are given to their mothers while they are pregnant, so that when they are born, they will be better fortified. Okay? So among the organisms that's a huge problem in this age group is Klebsiella. Klebsiella can cause infections in any age. It's also a harmless organism, which means most of us carry it and can transmit it to neonates. And so there are groups around the world working on the outer surfaces of Klebsiella to understand which varieties are present and should be included in a vaccine. Unfortunately, this map taken from 2020, as you can see, it shows very little data from African countries. And even within the African countries, you can see a lot of variation. So we cannot use one country to guess what the different, we call them surface antigens, are. Now, in microbiology, the way we determine surface antigens traditionally is to use quite complex Klebsiella that we have already sequenced to study or to surveil antimicrobial resistance. So at no extra cost, we can mine that information to understand when we send our emails. The internet was too slow, okay? So we need to fix those issues. And I'll talk towards the end about other ecosystem issues that we need to fix. But interestingly, most of those issues are fixable. And this is why genomic science is such a leapfrogger for us, in that the things we need to fix are far fewer than we needed to fix for previous technologies. So whole genome sequencing is an example of something that allows us to leapfrog from where we were way behind and be way ahead of the others that are doing science. Okay, the second case study I'll briefly touch on has to do with drug discovery, and I'm sure this is something everybody would appreciate. Drug discovery is something that we think of as being done by American pharmaceutical companies. However, when American pharmaceutical companies do it, they pick priorities that will give them a lot of income from the American markets. Whereas we have different priorities in Africa, and we have a need to jumpstart our drug discovery. Some of you may be familiar with H3D at University of Cape Town, Kelly Chibali's group, that started a complete entire drug discovery facility separate from the university. The other thing they did was to advocate for more of us that do things that are allied to drug discovery to move into drug discovery through the Grand Challenges program. Our group, we work on a pathogen called enteroaggregative E. coli. If you've never heard about it, nor have most scientists. It's a pathogen that causes persistent diarrhea that can lead to malnutrition and death in young children. But when our idea was, well, innovate. So I had fabulous PhD student that I shared with Professor Babalola, David Kwasi, a few years ago. David was a chemist, but he decided that he wanted to identify hit compounds that could be the basis for leads that will produce drugs that will help to address this problem with interrogative E. coli. We wrote medicines for malaria venture. They sent us free chemical libraries, free to us, but paid to people in other countries. And we did a screen using methods that we had been using for our basic science and got 5 hits. Now, normally getting hits is the easy part. The next thing you have to figure out is how the hits work. What is the mechanism of action? Until you have a mechanism of action, you cannot turn your hit into a lead compound. And mechanisms of action studies, they cost a lot of money. They can take decades. But now that we have whole genome sequencing, what we did was to take a look at the genomes of different interrogative E. coli that act differently or that react differently to the hit compounds. And for one of the compounds, 687-800, we found that there's a particular gene that if it's always there, the compound is always active. If the gene is not there, the compound is not active. And then this was immediately able to give us a clue that this may be the target of the drug. And then we did the necessary confirmation experiments, which I'll skip over in the interest of time, that were essentially able to show that, yes, that was the target. So you have a needle in a haystack situation where genomics helped us to find the target very, very quickly. So we really need to enable innovation, and genomics is one example of a big data technology that can help us to do that. We need to promote independent, creative, critical thinking. We need to share information, and very often we're scared of sharing information because we're afraid of being exploited. But if you mark your information, as was discussed in the morning, then there's a potential to share and collaborate and move things forward. There's a role for government. Apologies for the issues with the text. One of the reasons why the US was an innovation leader for years and years was this document by Vannevar Bush, where he said that, look, the government needs to put in foundational structures for science. That's how we had the NIH and so on. Of course, America has moved on from that now. We've seen the consequences. But that was really how to get it done. The other thing is that we researchers also have a responsibility, not just to do the science, but also to influence our ecosystem. What you have up there is the Callistus Juma Fellows. We all do science, and in the end, we just got tired of whining about the same things, and now we're coalescing a movement which we encourage you to join to help dismantle the small disruptions to science that make it difficult to progress faster. The paper is out in Nature Health, so you can read it. I won't go into the details. And then finally, we cannot do this without the private sector. Okay, I did say earlier that, we want this 1% of GDP, but countries that achieve it, it doesn't all come from government. The private sector contributes to this. And we heard this morning in the keynote some nice examples of how the private sector can actually drive science and innovation. So I'm going to stop now. I want to thank the National Science Foundation, which supported our work on interrogative E. coli for decades and then allowed us to make a quick step in terms of drug discovery. I thank the Gates Foundation that funds a lot of our work now, medicines for malaria venture, for the libraries. Most of what we do with whole genome sequencing is paid for with support from the UK National Institutes for Health Research. I want to thank the Academy and the organizers of this conference for asking me to speak. Thank the University of Ibadan, where I am, for supporting myself and my group and my colleagues there, as well as Haverford College, where I was before then. Thank you all for your attention. Look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Prof. Just on time.
oral presentation is titled Immunoinformatics Prediction of Natural Killer T-Cell Specific Epitopes and Active Sites for Peptide Vaccine Development Against Mycobacterium Tuberculosis by Tohib Yakin. We have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yakin Tohib from the Department of Immunology, University of Ibadan. I will be presenting on the topic Immunoinformatic Prediction of Natural Killer T-Cell Specific Epitopes. TB remains. Despite this, NKT cells are underexplored in TB vaccine design. I would like to explain two terms. The first thing is the CD1, which is a cluster of differentiation 1 antigen-presenting cells. CD1D molecule. NKT receptor on the T cell recognize this complex. This then triggers cytokine release and activate cytotoxic T lymphocyte, EPA T lymphocyte, leading to cell-mediated immunity. Now, I would like to explain two terms also. CTL, which are cytotoxic T lymphocyte, they kill infected cells, while EPA T lymphocyte, they coordinate immune response. This study aims to identify and evaluate antigenic, non-antigenic, and non-toxic epitopes. These are active sites on the pathogen from MTB using immunoinformatic techniques to propose promising candidates for NKT cell-based multi-epitopes vaccine design. Moving on to the methodology, the first thing that was done, the second thing is these epitopes predicted were made to interact with major histocompatibility complex 1 and 2 to see if they can activate immune response. The other thing that was done is check their interaction with B-cell epitopes, interferon gamma epitopes, and population coverage analysis was done. This was performed to establish a global and regional HLA representation of these epitopes. HLA there means human leukocyte antigen. The other thing is a protein-protein docking interaction was done to check the interaction between CD1D and the receptor on the natural killer T cell with the epitope selected and see if there will be a better binding affinity and stability between them. This table highlights that selected epitopes showed high antigenicity, non-toxicity, and non-allergenicity potential. Predicted population coverage of selected Mycobacterium tuberculosis MSC class 1 and 2 epitopes. This table explained that the population coverage predicts how many people worldwide can respond based on this human leukocyte antigen diversity. Also, the selected epitopes demonstrated that broad global coverage supporting their suitability as universal vaccine candidate. As we can see, 3D structural complex between the MTB epitopes and then the CD1D natural killer T cell receptor complex. AG85A, RVO36, and 3 others epitopes sit stably within the CD1 binding group. Notably, AG85A and RVO365 as the most favorable binding interaction. The point of this is, these docking results confirmed that these epitopes can efficiently activate natural killer T cells. It is known that AG85A has a strong performance which aligns with it. This study identified 5 represent a strong candidate for next generation TB peptide vaccine. These are my selected reference. I would like to use this opportunity to acknowledge my co-author and also my mentor in person of Professor O.G. Ariola. I would also like to appreciate the Department of Immunology, University of Ibadan. Lastly, I would also like to appreciate NAS for this great opportunity to present in this conference. Thank you for listening.
The next presentation, Adiri.
University of Technology, Akure. So, on behalf of my partner and I am going to be presenting my project research, which is titled Early Detection of Type 2 Diabetes Using Clinical Data and Machine Learning. Thank you. So, diabetes is a long-term health problem which affects how the body uses sugar from the food we eat. And there are several types of diabetes, and for my project, we focused on type 2 diabetes because it is the most common type of diabetes. And people don't realize that they have it until it becomes severe and causes damage. So by combining information systems with healthcare, this project hopes to show how new technology can support better medical healthcare and help people stay healthy. So these were some works I reviewed. For my project motivation, first is diabetes prevalence and risks. So because of the rate of people living with type 2 diabetes, it is always increasing every year, and many people don't realize that they have it once it becomes severe. So early detection is very important, which was why we started working on this project. And for people with limited health care, as people in rural areas, low-income areas, all around the world, that don't have like funding to go for medical tests and check-up regularly, this is a cheaper way for people to check their status. And also machine learning application. So machine learning can analyze large amounts of clinical data and find patterns that humans may miss, making it a useful, apply it to machine learning algorithm. There are several machine learning algorithms like logistic regression and random forest. Then we compare those algorithms, check the best performing ones using accuracy, precision, and recall. Then deploy the best performing model on the web app. So this is like the architecture of what it looks like. Data collections from the PIMA India dataset to data preprocessing, the cleaning and handling of missing values, then development using a model, which we use logistic regression, then model evaluation through accuracy, precision, and recall. The projects identify the most important clinical data like the age, glucose level, BMI, that influence diabetes risk, which can guide medical professionals and future risks. So this was references. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The last paper in this session, titled Cardiac Troponin 1 Levels, ECG Finding. Madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. Results, recommendations. Many of us are not health workers, but we can all agree and attest to the fact that the most reassuring sound in a delivery room is the cry of a child. If the child doesn't cry, there's problem, no one is at peace. And birth asphyxia is exactly that. When there is failure to initiate or sustain respiration at birth, that means the child did not cry. And it's one of the leading causes of neonatal death. And our lead speaker talked of neonatal death, and WHO has reported up to 1 million deaths from birth asphyxia. 4 million asphyxiated infants born each year, a quarter of them reportedly die. And most of these asphyxiated infants and deaths occur in resource-challenged countries, and Nigeria is standing right in front of that line. Even research from almost every teaching hospital has shown that birth asphyxia is responsible for 1 in 5 deaths. The numbers are significant, they are mind-blowing, and we need to do anything to reduce these deaths. The reason why this is dangerous is because when a child does not cry, there is no intake of oxygen. Lack of oxygen, imagine yourself swimming in a pool of water without air. It affects all the organ systems of the heart. Most research is focused on the brain, understandably so, because cerebral palsy, which is what happens when the brain does not get enough oxygen, has long-term effects and reduces the quality of life. However, there are other important organs, and it is possible that we have been putting the cart before the horse, because research has shown that up to a third of asphyxiated neonates have myocardial injury. That is injury to the cells of the heart. And the problem with this injury to the cells of the heart is that it doesn't shout like unconsciousness shouts. It initially occult. It can be quiet. By the time it's manifesting in cardiovascular collapse, your intervention may be too late. Hence, we are encouraged to screen, just like we screen the adults when you are being suspected to have a heart attack. There are blood tests, they ask you to do ECGs, they do things to certify the state of your heart. Similar things should be done for asphyxiated neonates. The aim of this study was to compare cardiac troponin I levels, which is a biomarker released by dying heart cells. It's specific to the heart, and that is why it is preferred. And it also has a 98% positive predictive value. We try to find the levels in asphyxiated neonates compared to the levels found in non-asphyxiated neonates. And we also try to do the same for ECG and determine the prognostic value of both in asphyxiated neonates in University of Uyo Teaching Hospital. That is predicting mortality. It was a comparative cross-sectional studies. Our sample size number was obtained from previous studies. We recruited 25 asphyxiated neonates using a combined scoring system to recruit moderate and severely asphyxiated neonates. On using the highly sensitive mini-VIDAS kit by bioMérieux, it had the advantage of allowing us to do single testing. It's highly sensitive, able to detect 0.01 nanogram per mil elevation. It detected elevation within 2 hours of injury, and it gave us results within 20 minutes. Unlike some other testing patterns, sometimes you may not be able to test until the patient has already died. Bringing it home, the people that innovate test, the people that innovate biomedical, because a 13-year-old and a 2-hour-old would definitely, because a 13-year-old and a 2-hour-old would definitely need 2 different types of devices. These things are relevant for us too. They are not for the adults alone. We can all put hands together to reduce the deaths associated with perinatal asphyxia in our country. Thank you.
Please join me to appreciate both the lead paper and the other presenters. We have 10 minutes for questions and comments, observations. Professor, please, the other. No, go to Professor Farumbi. Thank you. Please, short question so that, please mention the person that
Yes,
you
just a quick comment. The lead presenter, Professor KK, excellent presentation as expected. And just in the process of a drug discovery, we often think that mechanisms will take decades or years. But it's very, very important. Sometimes it doesn't take too long. Cellular mechanism, biochemical mechanism, pharmacological mechanism, molecular mechanisms are very, very key if you are going to identify a drug at any point in time, just to chip that in.
Professor Tomori.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to make a comment for all of us to address.
There are many times many of us write articles and we say, I'm from a resource-limited country. I'm resource-constrained country. We are not resource-limited. We are not resource-constrained. I think until we know our problem, we never find a solution.
And the pediatric fellow. Now, great work. How readily this is as sensitive, even though
bit late, but I.
Thank you. Thank you.
What I used was what was available in my institution. And
The algorithm, the major reason why he's not here.
Professor Kiki.
Okay, thank you. I had some really interesting questions, so thank you. First of all, just to give a nod to Professor Farumbi, thank you for emphasizing mechanism of action. If you don't have it, you can't register the drug. And so seeing that the term is being conflated with even how to talk about glucose sensing. I think they're out there, they're in the market. If the question is when will we start making them here, I think that's something that we should ask about. I know some of our colleagues, like in pharmaceutics now, are going to nanotechnology. We need to think about how to work them, use them here. Then there's a question about why did I only focus on whole genome sequencing? Because I don't want to give the impression that this is the only technique leveraging innovation. In fact, it's rather old compared to the other techniques that I flashed on the slide. There are newer things that one can use. I decided to just pick case studies because I only had 20 minutes. And I wanted case studies that have already yielded results in Nigeria and in Africa. That's why I picked whole genome sequencing. If I could give the same talk talking about CRISPR or talking about something else. Then his question about, well, if you want to find a new gene, what two approaches you mentioned is valid. One of the things we have noticed is because as we're sequencing in a country where very little has been.
Substitute presenter in the hall, Professor Enoch Dari, Department of Chemistry, Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. Is he in the hall? Okay, the distinguished professor is here. So you are most welcome, sir. Then let's quickly call the other three presenters. Zacchaeus Shehu, Department of Chemical Sciences, Gombe State University. Is he around? Okay. The title of his paper, as contained in the book, the program, is Effective Water Treatment Using Recyclable Magnetic Nanocomposites for Diclofenac Removal from Lake Victoria Water Samples. Then Dr. Samusuddin Aziz, Department of Chemistry and Industrial Chemistry. Is he around? You are around? Okay. Then the third presentation is Development and Assessment of a Novel Ligand Functionalized Biocomposite of the host of Arachis hypogaia L for the uptake of aqueous stream.
Scientific communities, they are in a race, innovative race indeed. And that race is geared towards we are talking about. The race is on a relative term. You can see those one in the front, but let's put the first people. Let's pick them as United States of America, China, and so on, in the race towards industrial revolution. An industrial revolution in the sense that, look at the world, it requires smart material changes according to the environment. Intelligent materials get adapted to situation you find yourself. That is smart material. They are the major constituents of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. from the time steel-based machine to electrical, energy-based mass production. And today we are now having an integrative one, whereby you have the artificial intelligence, information technology, and nanotechnology, integrative. And then what are these smart materials? Smart material, they are multi-components. And if we are talking about smart material, it leads you, it must be stimulated. And to get it stimulated, we have the piezoelectric material where it will respond to deformation stress. And that deformation stress allows it to be stimulated to be able to be smart. Set memory law, we're talking of electroactive system, whereby we are talking of also thermoresponsive system that allow the material to change its shape, to change its orientation according to the environment. Magnetorheology is magnetoresponsive. Chemoactive, photoactive, they are photoresponsive material. What other component you must have before you can think about the smart system? You must have a smart devices incorporated with sensors, actuators, signal. Therefore, from smart material to smart devices, multi-component system. And the first three, we are talking about their energy changing case. Let's look at this. It responds to stimuli and release. It's adaptable. For her to go to intelligent system, you must not only learn, sense, and respond, but also you must be able to learn. To be able to learn, there are things we need to do. You must enhance the property. And that is only done. The best way to get it done today is through nanotechnology, where you manipulate matter at a length scale, or about 100 nanometer, at which the material change unprecedentedly. Things you don't know happen. It disputes chemistry. Body doesn't dispute chemistry. It's a new age, just a tip of the iceberg that is uncovered from the side of ignorance. So, as the scientific community proceeds, you tend to uncover B because the domains are changed. So, it's newty. Then you must have it to learn. To learn required artificial, in the sense that nanotechnology is able to provide essential advancement in hardware that is necessary. And at the same time, AI for nano serves as a powerful paradigm for accelerating nano research discovery. So in a way, you see AI and nano intertwined, promoting development of smart material. In which case, we are talking about the fact that AI and nano carry the weight of the world, the intelligent material we are having today. If we are talking the world of tomorrow. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, machine learning, we all know, building machines that mimic human intelligence. And values and operation that is displayed in an unprecedented manner. So AI system consists of machine learning and deep learning system, as you can have it. The material for technical revolution. So we are looking at how do we design intelligent smart material devices? How do we design intelligent smart material devices? The best way is to recognize your material itself, that's the nanostructured material. Your material itself, that's the nanostructured material. When you recognize it, you try to stimulate it. When you stimulate it, you make it active, and you make it active. The next thing is to do to recognize the fabrication phenomenon that operates based on the device that you are interested in doing that. Then you make it to the device that you are interested in doing that. Then you make it to get input into the system. As if they are switchable, of recent and very useful. Smart agriculture becomes operational. Smart agriculture becomes operational in the wake of this hybridized system, the smart material system, and precision farming and all those things. They are the good things that we have a system whereby if you don't want to use a cotton, just you have proposed as at that time that is going to be a time whereby a chip will be approximately double every 20 years. Distinguished fellow, look at this phenomenon. Look at what we have. This is a nation where we have a lot of waste that is underutilized. And that makes us to be what? A linear economy nation. We don't need to be a linear economy nation, must be a circular economy nation. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we have to recycle Nigeria. To recycle Nigeria, we must look at the fact that we have to borrow a leaf. We are together with Singapore several years ago. Singapore, they are more than us as we are today. We need to learn from them. To learn from them, we have to integrate it. What did they do? What did Singapore do to make them what they are today? They first recognize that they have to rely on the operation of their fundamental factory. Like Nasser now, what they need to do is to moderate what happened in all the companies. That's what Singapore did. And after doing that, they have to do crossing the loop. That is circular economy. Or nothing is wasted in Singapore. They translate all wasted material into value-added product. And of course, the third one is that sustainable nanotechnology and smart material becomes what we are talking about. And today, Singapore have the smartest city in the world, as you can see. Through the world, smart material development. They did it well. Nigeria also need to do it well. And we need to follow their step to get it done. We don't need to mind the fact that we are at the same time, at the same level, several years back, it doesn't matter. We look at it. This is the smart material market today. We can see as much as 70.26 billion current market. And today's forecast is proposed to be as much as $291 billion. And that is money. Where is our position in this, in terms of market volume? Of course, we have the resources, we have the waste that can be transformed. To what level are we able to do this? And we look at I need to go, in all my presentation, I always like to look at myself. I'm coming to give a talk. What have I done? There's a need to look at this. I've looked at the problem in Nigeria over time to see what I need to do. That's what prompted all my research. And the first time, we look at the fact that criminality of all kinds is in Nigeria. And the need, apart from burglary and all those things, we have the fake currency, we have the, counterfeiting, all of that. There's a need to do a research there. I also look at the problem, the energy and food system. Yes, we waste a lot of energy. Here, those are the mechanical energy that can be transformed to electrical energy through smart phenomena. And I have looked at that concept to be able to develop a sensor, practical, workable sensor that can dictate that for food security. When a fish gets spoiled, we get that signal immediately. That's what we have done already. And to do this, we have to recognize this criminality here and there, over Nigeria, insecurity here and there, over Nigeria. What do we do to be able to help our nation through all this? To get it done, the first thing you look at that problem, look at counterfeiting here, and then look at the drug abuse. And let me tell you sincerely, most of those things we say we are selling. People are selling here. Many of them, even, let me tell you, I need to open up. Our university for now. I look at the product, I try and dictate it is also. I have put it in my office for the past 3 years, and it's still stable there. So Nigeria is wasting a lot of money for what we have in the country, on the soil of FUNAB over there. So why do we need to do that? Why do we need to waste such money? We have the technology already, especially in our group tier. That is currency for that. And look at it, you can see it overtly, covertly. We have developed that as well. Many of those things we have done. And then let's look at the second area where when impact is that in Nigeria, food loss is what we have. And look at a bigger problem with what is the name of this? What's the name of this fish? Catfish system. The ugliest scenario is that Nigeria is also the largest importer of fish among the nations, even though it's the largest producer of catfish. But there's a problem with that fish. We recognize that, and we went to the thing. We transformed this mechanical energy. The energy we have in this room, other than solar energy, we can transform in that mechanical into electrical energy that can power, that can sense, that can do a lot of things. This is a smart system. You make it smart by putting stable into it, and that's what we have done to this. The consumption framework requires that you look at those food systems. Remember, we have used the waste. You can see all those things to formulate the sensor that is integrated. So when a food gets spoiled, you have the biogenic amine that comes out of it. Biogenic amine can get interacted with our material that we develop. And when we do that, what happens is a color change. Color change is transmitted through all the NUC, MCU, through the internet, and become real-life detection. We have done this successfully. So we can say that. So this is what you do. And the way framework is that. A good result. We can't discuss that here. And we've done a lot of publication, a lot of patenting on this work as well. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from the highest body in the world too. And if we are taking of market to challenges, product specification is also is also part of it. Let's look at a challenge of Nigeria, example of the ugly scenario we're talking about. Yes, we have done the patent, but unfortunately, let's see the problem, and you will, we will not cry, but you feel like crying. Look at this very carefully. In the year, I don't know the number, I can't see it very well, that 2021 in Africa, they say that South Africa has 3 patents. Remember today, they say Nigeria does. They do. One of the problems in Nigeria, they don't patent. And you must develop your product. Either piloting, either through whatever thing. You must do that. So look at it. Patenting has been not anywhere to get it in America. Look at the first one there. The first one there, they said that South Africa has 3 patents. And Nigeria has what? 0. Is that true? And where we got this one? I'm talking of patent in nanotechnology. Not general patent. In nanotechnology alone. Nigeria has 3, South Africa has 3, Nigeria has 0. Is that not a patent from Nigeria? Look at it, that's it. Yes, it's not recorded. I will tell you why this now. You will see the problem of funding, how it affected you, how it affected myself, how it affected the whole nation. And look at the second one. God gave one patent to these are my doctoral students. The second one also, they said they have 5, Nigeria is 0. What happened, distinguished ladies and gentlemen? What happened was this. At the time I was filing this patent, they asked me to pay $6,000. Where do I have the money to do that? So I cried out to my friend in South Africa, the fighter dictated the tool. So that is why the patent that belongs to Nigeria goes to that. So let's look at it. You will believe with me that AI and nanotechnology, they are the perfect road into the 4.0. And they are intertwined to be able to get a smart material for smarter tomorrow. These are my reference. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to thank National Academy of Science for this opportunity. I want to thank them for giving me this privilege to be there. To identify me is even one thing I have to mention. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, we quickly move to the next presenter from Department of Chemical Sciences, Gombe State University. Please, 10 minutes.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Zakio Shehu, and my presentation is on a topic, effective water treatment using recyclable magnetite/tin oxide, aluminum oxide magnetic nanocomposite for diclofenac removal from Lake Victoria water sample. Yes, pharmaceutical contaminants, they are active pharmaceuticals, compounds that are recently discovered in water bodies, such as groundwater source. We have several classes of pharmaceuticals, such as anti-inflammatory drugs like diclofenac, and antibiotics like sulfametazole, analgesic, hormones, to mention a few. And we have sources of these contaminants, which include human wastewater, and then hospital pharmaceuticals in water accumulation in humans. Pharmaceutical contaminants are not fully, this is because they are emerged. Conventional water treatment was not designed. Technology or like nanotechnology, it has shown that diclofenac or emerging pollutant can be removed by nanotechnology with high efficiency. However, the separation and recovery of the nanoscale adsorbent from treated water is a major constraint, and this limits their practical application. Therefore, the solution to this is magnetic nanocomposite or nanoadsorbent. In the design of magnetic nanocomposite, we have the magnetic material, which is the magnetite, supported by other components. So here, pharmaceutical contaminants like diclofenac get attached to these components. The architect or the design is in such a way that the magnetic core or the magnetic material aid magnetic separation with ease. And this will enable reusability of the material. And also the other component of the composite will provide multiple adsorption sites. And the mechanism will occur through, normally occur through surface adsorption, electrostatic interaction, and chemical bonding. In this study, magnetite / tin oxide, aluminum oxide magnetic nanomaterial was synthesized through co-precipitation method, and the material was also characterized. The removal of was also optimized by using response surface methodology. Isotherm, as well as adsorption kinetics, was also evaluated. Component, the magnetite, tin. So this was achieved by measuring appropriate amount of the magnetite into a beaker containing 200 ml of water, and then by adding the source of the tin oxide, which is the tin chloride, and also aluminum nitrate into the solution. The precipitating agent used in this study was ammonium solution, and the pH was maintained at 10. After this process, the solution or the content was separated using external magnetic force, and it was also washed and then dried. Then it was calcined. Then the material was characterized using SEM/EDX. Particle size distribution was also calculated or analyzed using ImageJ. Then XRD was used for phase identification. Then magnetic properties measurement system for the magnetic properties. Then point of zero charge was also analyzed using solid phase, solid addition method. Yes, adsorption experiment was carried out by using response surface methodology by considering 4 factors: contact time, initial concentration, adsorbent dose, and pH. So here the experimental runs was generated by the design expert, and we can now see each run was also carried out according to the prescription. So we can see also we have from the beaker a solution containing the magnetite or the adsorbent or the magnetic material, and after adsorption we can see the second diagram with external magnet. So this is where I did the separation. So after separation, it was analyzed using HPLC. So water sample was also collected from Lake Victoria, and then it was extracted using SPE method. Then isotope studies was also evaluated according to Langmuir isotope, Freundlich isotope, pseudo first order, and pseudo second order. These are the characterization, and also recyclable. Thank you. I also want to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me the opportunity to present my work and also the accommodation and feeding. I also want to thank them for giving me the opportunity to meet with my secret mentor, the first professor of nanotechnology in Nigeria, in person of Professor Enoch Dare. I'm yet to have a discussion with him, but after I will discuss with you.
You see him offline. Thank you. You can see Professor Dare offline. So we move seamlessly to the next oral presentation from Department of Chemistry and Industrial Chemistry, Kwara State University, Malete.
Arwaju Aziz from Kwara State University, Malete. I will be presenting. This is not my slide, please. I sent my slide to them. My slide is kinetics and response surface method in the optimization of photodegradation of rhodamine B and textile wastewater using nitrogen diopsyria coupled with zinc oxide composited with activated kinetic clay. I sent it. Yes, it's there. I can. Well, let me start and see how far I can go without the slide. I have the slide on my phone. They say you should present why they look for it, or I should give them the one. They say you should present why they look for it, or I should give them the one I have on my phone. I have on my phone.
Everybody, I'm here to present
is a work on the development and assessment of a novel ligand incorporated in the design of the transformer. And in this transformer oil, we have chemicals which act as insulators, which enables the transformer to be able to absorb heat that is being generated in that closed system. The transformer oil also enables the transformer to function well, protecting its cores and the windings. The chemical present in this transformer oil is the ones we call polychlorinated biphenyls. Yes, they are carcinogenic. Even though they do a lot of good work, they are mutagenic. They do not easily evaporate or dissolve in water, making them to remain persistent in the environment for a long time. They can travel from Asia to Nigeria. They can move from the transformer oil, if it is not well disposed, into the water bodies, causing a lot of problems in our human society. So in this work, we have a lot of problems in Nigeria. The transformer oils that these companies are using, how are they being discarded? Do they comply with the ethical rules? To me and you, we have a lot of problems. Materials from aqueous streams. The use of transformer oils loaded with these PCBs has been banned worldwide. But the problem in Nigeria is that most of the transformers that were imported before the ban of these PCBs are still being used today. So this is the presentation outline. This is the this is the introduction, which I have already explained. The introduction continues. Why are we interested in biocomposite materials produced from agro-waste, like the husk of Arachis hypogeum? When you hear Arachis hypogeum, don't be worried, it's nothing but a granite husk. Because of the dangers associated with these PCBs in the environment, the chemists are developing materials that can be used to remove them from wherever they are. And the activated carbon from granite is very, very promising. But if you go to literature today, we see a lot of reports about activated carbon from granite shell. In our own work, we have thought of how we can structure, change, or manipulate the structures of activated carbons produced from granite husk by trying to see how we can couple it with the organic compounds. How is that possible? How can we couple activated carbons produced from granite with activated carbons? We single out some materials like amines. This is the structure of that PCB I'm telling you about. You see where you have carbons, hydrogen there can be, chlorine can displace hydrogen in that order. So we can alter what we did in this amino antipyrine and astatine. This 4-amino antipyrine is an amino. So what we did is to get this material called 4-amino antipyrine, dissolve it in a solution of sodium nitrite, characterize and kept for further use. An organic compound. The name is too lengthy. I call it DPDD. This is how, if you go through this, okay, this is how we obtain the organic compound. Then on the side of the activated carbon, what we did was to produce activated carbon using granite shell. We produce the activated carbon, purify it, and store it. The next thing we did was to engage in surface modification, where we assemble the organic compound that we have produced and the activated carbon that we also produce to mix them together. How is that possible? We mix a solution of the organic compound we produce and injected some given amount of the activated carbon, leave it for a certain duration under certain conditions to produce what you call functionalized activated carbon. That is the product that we are presenting to you today, the new product that we have produced. Why did we produce this product? The essence of producing this product was to see how we can use it to remove PCB from water samples. Since the PCB is not water soluble, since they do not evaporate easily, why must they remain in the water body? So the moment we produce the functionalized activated carbon, we were able to characterize via SEM, FTIR, pore volume, specific surface area, acidity of it, checking if it is taking the solubility in 400 degrees Celsius, gave us a percentage yield of 33.57%, more than that one produced at 450 degrees Celsius. They were all black in color. This is the specific surface area and the pore volume. Okay, this is also the characterization of the materials we produce. Since we produce two materials at two different temperatures, there was no need for us wasting our time conducting analysis on all of them. So we choose the one that we believe gave us more results, more porosity. So this is the SEM analysis of the part G naught at 450 degrees Celsius. This is the same micrograph at 20 micrometer and the other one at 200 micrometer. If you look at it very well, the particle sizes, you see that they look like stones that are arranged in layers. Between these layers are pores, which is one of the things that makes it a candidate for absorption. This is the EDS spectrum. What we do here, once you produce a product, you need to find out the elemental composition of the product. So for activated carbon, whether functionalized or not functionalized, to be able to act as a good absorbent, it must have high level of carbon in it. With that, it will be insoluble in water and enhance its ability to remove some analyte of interest. So this is the EDS spectrum showing the percentage composition of the element present. This is also the IR spectrum. We try to compare the IR with that of unfunctionalized activated carbon to see the variation, to see what has happened to the functional groups. This is the assignment done with respect to the IR. The functional groups appear at different peaks. These are the assignments done. The assignment continues. All right. This is the results. In the PCB that we use, we collected the PCB from transformer oil. And in that process, we were able to discover that the PCB we collected from transformer oil contained about 38 congeners of PCB. But we did not go into analysis with all the 38 congeners of the PCB present in the transformer oil. So we choose about 9. What we did here was to pick a given amount of PCB and react it with the different dosages or concentration of the to see what is happening when the amount of adsorbent added is varied. So we are able to notice that, for example, with PCB8, when we added 0.2, 0.4 to 1.0 gram of the adsorbent, you see the kinetic conditions. When this was allowed to relax for some time, the samples PCB8, PCB18, down to other PCBs that we investigated, you see that there is variation in the absorption, in the removal of the PCB. There is variation as we are adding the amount of the absorbent. There is variation, they are not the same. Reason is because they have different solubility and also chemical structures. That is the reason for the variation in that result. So this is what we have been able to do so far with the new products that we have developed. Finally, produce the activated carbons. we notice, as you can see in the same analysis, that some surface of the activated carbons got burnt. It was therefore suspected that the carbon material may also be in possession of energy storage properties, which also needs to be harnessed. Again, we also need to engage more in coupling to see how we can use activated, how we can synthesize organic compounds, various organic compounds that are not only ketone-based, how we can get various organic compounds and begin to use them to change the structure of activated carbons and find out to see what can be done when they are used to remove some analytes, not only PCB, but also other analytes of interest. We are also suggesting that apart from PCB, there are also other poisonous analytes like methyl. Thank you very much for now.
Thank you. I think we give our colleague from the Department of Chemistry at Kwara State University opportunity to, but not more than 9 minutes, 8-9 minutes. That's your punishment.
But it's not my punishment. They made a mistake for me.
8 minutes. 8 minutes. You started before now.
No.
Oh, yeah, Embrace, first
class.
class.
Permit me to stand on the existing protocol. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Samsudeen Olariwaju Aziz from Kwara State University. I will be presenting part of our research titled Kinetics and Response Service Methods in the Optimization of Photodegradation of Rhodamine B and Textile Wastewater using nitrogen diopsyria coupled with zinc oxide composited with activated kinetic clay nanocomposite. This outline shall be my guide. Introduction. The release of harmful, non-biodegradable and carcinogenic dyes like rhodamine B into the environment pose a severe danger to the biohata. Consequently, dye wastewater urgently requires economical treatment, and a number of methods such as adsorption, catalytic oxidation, among others, have been applied in the treatment of dye wastewater. However, almost all the measure techniques have their side effect of costly, non-biodegradable, and produce secondary pollutants. Therefore, advanced oxidation processes with particular bias in heterogeneous photocatalysis has been considered an effective treatment technique for dyed wastewater. Research justification. Rhodamine B is highly soluble with low biodegradability. It is known for its toxicity and carcinogenicity. And the conventional wastewater treatment method often produce secondary pollutants. And there are limitations of using bare photocatalysts in photocatalytic degradation, low visible light absorption, and matrix will narrow down the band gap of the oxide, improving visible light response, and of course, increase photocatalytic activities. With activated kinetic clay, selected literature reviews show that bare photocatalysts should continue to be modified to enhance their photocatalytic activities. Materials and method. The clay sample used for this experiment was sourced from Niger State. It was pretreated and was activated using 1 molar nitric acid to obtain the activated kinetic clay. Preparation of the as-prepared nanocomposite was achieved using the hydrothermal treatment techniques, which involved placing 1.67 grams of cereal in 20 ml of isopropanol, and 40 ml of the nice water was added and stirred for 60 minutes, after which a 3.33 gram of zinc oxide was added and further stirred for another 60 minutes. It was then allowed to undergo hydrothermal treatment. After the treatment, we obtained our cereal coupled with zinc oxide, which was the introduction of nitrogen into the matrix was achieved using a 0.5 molar ammonium chloride solution. Stage 2 involved placing 5 grams of the AKC in 50 ml of the nice water and stirred for 30 minutes. After which, a 1 gram of nitrogen diopsyria coupled with zinc oxide was dispersed with isopropanol into the AKC slurry and further stirred for another 2 hours. Then a 1:1 water to ethanol was added to the solid composite prior to hydrothermal treatment. Then after the treatment, we obtained the nanocomposite, which was washed, dried, and calcined. We obtained our nitrogen diopsyria coupled with zinc oxide composite with AKC, which was characterized using different spectroanalytical techniques. Photodegradation experimental study than that of the precursor, which result in decrease in the band gap energy resulting from the constituent material used in the production. Table 2 is the BET parameters. The BET surface area vis-a-vis the pore diameter of the nanocomposite is larger than that of the precursor, indicating that it will be a better material in the photodegradation of the dye. Figure 3 is the extent of the precursor are well established, which shows that the material was successfully prepared. Photogration experiment of rhodamine B dye result. Figure 5 is the effect of rhodamine B dye degradation by different photocatalysts. Figure 5a shows that the degradation efficiency was observed to be negligible in the blank solution, and the photodegradation efficiency of the bare photocatalyst is lower compared to that of the aspartame and the composite. A notable increase may be as a result of the synergistic interaction among the constituent materials, which thereby resulting in decrease in bandgap plot of the binary effect of air concentration and pH, Figure 6 shows that there was a better degradation efficiency at lower pH and concentration, while Figure 6b shows that that point shows that it shows two important parameters, that is, a lower pH and a lower concentration, which when used together with other two parameters will give the optimum conditions necessary for the photodegradation of the dye. Table 2 is the Bosbecken experimental result. We can see the experimental run 18 had a better degradation efficiency, which is in agreement with the predicted response. ANOVA was also used. ANOVA was used to determine, ANOVA was used for the validation of the process, and that the large level of 285 with p-value less than 0.05 shows that this model was significantly significant. Also, the lack of fit of this model is not significant, indicating that the model was well elucidated and can be used to describe the process. This shows the comparison of these present studies with others in the literature, and we can see that this present study had a better degradation efficiency compared to others listed in the literature after the fifth reuse, indicating that the material was stable without signal loss in photocatalytic performance. Table 7 is the physicochemical characteristic of local textile wastewater before and after degradation efficiency. We can see that the physicochemical parameters of the treated water are the better physicochemical parameter compared to the raw water and fall within the standard permissible limit set by NESTRA and World Health Organization. Conclusion, the material was successfully prepared. The nanocomposite exhibited the RBT surface and average pore diameter. The same and time analysis confirmed its nanoscale morphology. With a narrow lens by all the process parameter, Bosbecken design accurately predict the optimal condition for the degradation process. Kinetic analysis indicated that the reaction followed for textile wastewater treatment. This research aligned with some of the sustainable development goals of United Nations, goal number 6, 14, and 15. Thank you for your attention.
I thought as much. You could see he has a lot of data, so I was forced to ask him whether his friend of mine who used to be the chief medical director, I said, you should be able to summarize it. Just 5 minutes. Tell us what you did for your PhD. Another scenario, they can ask you to spend 30 minutes to tell us what you did for your PhD. There is something in life that you cannot summarize. Because you are even showing us equation and all those things. I mean, you are not communicating. If it's a journal paper, maybe you have those tables. But I must confess that I was impressed that you have a lot of data. But you don't have to be showing us literature review. We assume that all those had helped you to... I just felt I should pass the comment. I mean, it's very good. It's obvious that you have a lot of data. I think you should be very proud of what you did and your supervisors. So that, because I could see you have about 23, 24 slides. It's too much. Whereas Professor Kodofa gave you only 10 minutes. There's no way. And you are talking, you are so fast. Agreements, no agreements. 10 minutes should be 10 minutes. Okay, now time for discussion. Our discussion has been considerably reduced. Okay, the Red Cap Chief from east of the Niger. Yourself, number 2, Madam Dia, number 3. Then Professor Yunei. But we have to make it fast. The lion from the Badaman, who is now a lion in Musuga. That will be the last. Oh yeah, fast. Okay, you think, okay, give him the mic.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First is to comment.
Don't comment, just your comment.
I want to comment. All right. In nanotechnology, I want to comment Professor Enoch Dare. And I want to ask Nigeria, where do we go from here? Since your patency has been moved to South Africa. Now, my question to Dr. Zacchaeus. How did you maintain the pH at 10? You did not show us. Now to Dr.
I think that is enough. Let's give others a chance. Our time is fast spent.
Okay, let me just ask one.
Okay, Just
To the last presenter, please. What type of zinc oxide did you use? Is it in nano form or what? And if it is in nano, how did you prepare it? Please check your XRD peak of zinc oxide. It's important. And then I also saw in your EDX, where, I don't know, there's some of the EDX I didn't see zinc, and I didn't see cesium. So I don't know, it's supposed to appear as the metal component.
Let's
Please,
give it to
thank you.
the next person.
Thank you for the presentations. My question is to Professor Dari.
Why would you say cesium and zinc?
I appreciate that you've done quite a lot of work on smart materials, but like you said, my concern, and probably our concern, is some of your patents being filed under South Africa. Now, it bothers me to some extent, and I'm wondering, couldn't you have approached, your institution, or probably, if you got a grant somewhere, you approach them again, oh, I need more funds to patent this and all that, because I know that a lot of universities, are now setting up research and innovation offices that handle this type of thing. Like we did our own like 10 years ago, and any researcher or lecturer doesn't need to go through stress. University will do it, you just sign an MOU with the university, and all those things will be done for you. They have a partnership with NOTAP and all that. So, what do you say?
Okay, the next person.
All right. For Professor Dari, that's why the growing research on waste utilization in Nigeria, a lot of researches are on waste. Waste management remains a significant challenge. What are the key factors hindering the effective implementation of waste to value initiatives? Then to the first presenter, emerging contaminant is not recent anymore. You even have 2013 as a reference, so it is not recent. Also, for adsorption techniques, BET is very important to know the pore sizes, which you didn't do, and your Qmax is 15. That's outrightly low. Then the second person, for your SCM, there is no pore at all in your SCM. So obviously, I'm not sure that adsorbent is okay. And lastly, for the three of you, the adsorbent, after the spent adsorbent has been used, what happens to it? Do you use it to pollute the environment again? Thank you.
Yeah, the four smart people, led by Professor Dari, everybody is smart. Because this session is alluding to, is about smart session. Professor Oyede and then Professor Waka.
A quick advice for the young people. I see transferable technologies within the industries. All you're talking about cation exchange. So I want you to visit the oilfield chemical companies in Nigeria. You can transfer all of this and try to see if some of them can help you to take it to the next level. Yeah. So look at what we call mod chemistry or relative permeability modifier. All of this, your system can work with them. My last question to my big friend here.
Professor Dari.
Japan, and even till now, China is poaching technology. And we're talking of patents. They grew to this level because they've been stealing technology. Let me use the word. So why are you still laying the emphasis on IP and patent? People are stealing everywhere. Why shouldn't we be stealing?
Professor Waka.
We should steal the technology too. Yes, everybody is doing it.
Stealing is is part of the 10 Commandments. That
Thank you so much.
Steal.
My question got to the second speaker. Just out of curiosity, diclofenac is not a naturally occurring substance. I'm just wondering the sources of diclofenac that contaminated Lake Victoria and why the interest in diclofenac.
Thank you. We start in the order in which the presenter, starting from the big masquerade. Professor Dari, just respond.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello? Yeah, the first question is that South Africa, with regard to the patent, South Africa have not taken it at all. No, they only remain financial, and it's good to do it that way. The patent belongs to us by the virtue of the fact that it's a PhD work, and there's a thesis to that effect. So they only help us to pay for it. Of course, we have moved ahead, like I told you, to be able to commercialize. Please, undoubtedly, patenting and product development is crucial, undoubtedly. So we have moved to the next level. For example, one of those areas we made innovations is the discovery of transdermal drug delivery, treating diabetes too. We have the patent there too. So we have started advocacy. And I remember about last year, towards December, Endocrine Metabolic Society of Nigeria invited me, based on that invention, to come and discuss with them. And because we need to move to clinical trial straight away, they have formed part of the system, South Africa. Are they still working on it? So they have not taken it. They're only financier. They happen to be financier, and just one person there. So we still have our patent. It's a PAD work. Second one is still asking about the same thing. I think I've asked the same question. Waste management system. Nigeria has that as a protocol towards waste management. But what I only emphasize is for a developing nation like Nigeria, we must try to transform waste to wealth. That is the most important thing. Borrowing a leaf from Singapore. So it's just a way to another part of waste management to transfer the value-added product. To waste to value-added product. Like my professor asked, we're patenting. Patenting undoubtedly. We don't need to argue about it. It's very crucial. And product development is very crucial. Most nations, and that's why there's a record today. If you go to Start Nano and look at those who have made invention, you will find out that their inventions is based on the patent. For example, Croto we are talking about, and a host of others, is based on the work they invented. So it's very crucial to have that. I want to believe that I've answered most of the questions asked here. Thank you.
Yeah, one more minute, because to exceed the time during exam is exam malpractice. So we must finish by 5 o'clock. Oh yeah, one minute.
Yes, pH control. We use sodium hydroxide and HCl for pH control. The issue of BET reference noted. Thank you. Lake Victoria, I did my PhD in Uganda. So that is why the sampling site is Lake Victoria. And the reason for selection of diclofenac and sulfametazole, there was previous studies that indicated that diclofenac and sulfametazole, they were the most frequent detected pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person.
Yes. The zinc oxide was used, but it was not nano. So it was during the process that we were able to discover that we were able to prepare nano composite material because we used the method of bottom-up approach. And again, in the EDX analysis result, you cannot see cesium, except if you are analyzing a natural material. That is when you're going to have maybe component metals that will come as and impurities. Once you see cesium there, definitely your material that you are using is not pure. Thank you. And sorry. There is one more. Thank you. The sister asked that, how do we dispose the material after the process? In photodegradation experiments, our end product is carbon dioxide and water. It's unlike an adsorption. So the material will be biodegraded. That is why at the end of the day, we are going to carry out GCMS analysis or LCMS to know the biodegradable material. So even then, you can see that the material was used after the 5th reuse. It is still very, very active. So thank you.
Yeah, the man bearing woman's name, Chinyere. I used to think Chinyere is only for women.
Oh, yeah, use this one.
They can't hear you.
Use this one.
Okay. Thank you very much, my president of the Young Academy of Science. I don't think it's not equally there. Not that it is not in the main work. Maybe I forgot to lift it. Because this work, we did a lot of characterization, including both Bowen titration, point of zero charge, even both the isotope model, kinetic model, intraparticle diversion model, and all of which, they're all available. But because we needed to make a presentation that will last for maybe 7, 8, 10 minutes, we couldn't put those things. I did not ignore it, please. It is there in the main work. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you. I think we have almost come to the end of this session. And I think it's good that Professor Dare reminded us that we are in fourth industrial revolution, and we're also moving towards the fifth. If we are not relevant as a country in the third revolution, I think in the fourth and the fifth, we have a challenge on our hands. And I'm really very impressed that by this time of the day, the oil is still packed through. I think Professor Sambo, OON, the technocrats in government, and the president, and Professor Okonofa, they have done a very good job. I think you should clap for them for bringing all of us here today. And also, I think the program starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So we thank the audience for your kind patience. So enjoy the rest of the evening. I don't know whether the Secretariat has any official announcement. Professor Noah, you don't wear a red cap like Professor Haneku. And you are older than him. Okay, thank you. Sars and Mas.
Yes, Prof.